Hi Guy, this audiobook is life. I like to say this novel. A novel concept a death a day, MC will live anyway. Is going to Odyssey only after this video. If you want more, go to my Odyssey and please leave like and sub to the channel. Have good day bye. A few minutes before the death of Orthos, Claire was running in the direction of the Orthos cave. She had quickly obeyed Priam, knowing she would be a dead weight. Besides, even if she was grateful to him, she had things to do, especially to save her family. The Amazon on her left turned to her and quietly indicated they had arrived. They were in the heart of the Baron's territory, and there was little chance of other creatures lurking around, but it was best to remain cautious. The mist gradually gave way to a small mountain. It took the two women several minutes to finally find the entrance to the cave. In the mist, it was not easy without help. Claire's new skills were mainly focused on the mental part of her characteristics. Physically, the young woman was doing better than average. She had practiced boxing since childhood, which served her well during the tutorial. Unfortunately, one physical skill was not enough to have impressive physical characteristics. She had always considered the sport a hobby and a way to unwind. Her level had not allowed her to become a champion before the apocalypse, and she certainly would not become one after. Claire knew how to use her head, which would have to be enough. In any case, Claire didn't have an incredible perception, and it was challenging to navigate through the fog. If she had been able to spot Priam during their journey, it was because of her racial trait. It allowed her to spot humans easily. Claire would have preferred to inherit, humanity adapts, but circumstances had left her no choice. Claire smiled as she thought back to the last few hours. Priam must have thought she had exceptional perception. Priam's gaze pierced the haze with his perception, and he must have concluded she did too. When observing a strange fact, it was easy to jump to the wrong conclusion. With his current strength, Priam had been like a beacon in the mist for Claire's talent. But if all went according to plan, if she succeeded in her main quest, she would catch up. The advertised reward was incredible, 100 points of potential and an improvement in her racial skill. Plus, a position that would make the rest of her journey easier. A reward appropriate to the difficulty of the quest. The system was always fair. Quite honestly, without Priam, the chances of us succeeding in this quest were still pretty low. The second Baron would have decimated all the survivors, muttered the girl. She knew that Orthos was dead. The first part of her quest was to get into the dome, and defeating the Guardian was the most obvious solution. She had analyzed the monster and knew that no one but Priam had stood a chance against the boss. Claire had even been partially rewarded for defeating the Baron, even though she had done nothing but escort the executioner. But a quest reward was always welcome. She was relieved that Priam was able to kill the first Baron but worried about the second. Priam was a monster, but so was Nemia. Claire knew a thing or two about monsters. I hope you make it through, Priam. Claire. The Amazon pulled her out of her thoughts, and the girl smiled. They had arrived. The cave was right there and the guard had been defeated by Priam. Right now, the second guard was occupied by Priam, and Claire had to believe in him. She had lied to him in a way, but if he managed to kill the two barons, the system would amply reward him. Claire was happy for him. Now she also had to think about herself, about her family. Let's go, she replied to the Amazon, who was waiting respectfully. The tutorial had given Claire a certain edge, a position of power she had earned. She had cultivated that edge in the Revenant's village and would continue it at this reunion. If Orthos' lair and the dome were to enrich anyone, it would be her. A few meters inside the cave, individuals were waiting. The Amazon came closer. Anne. Albin. Sorry, I'm late. I stayed a while to watch the fight, Claire announced. The two Revenant sub-officers had been waiting for her. Claire knew they must not have appreciated her order. But like oil and water, they hated each other too much to get along and to ignore her directions. You don't choose your allies, the young woman mused. Albin frowned. So what? The white boy you came in with is doing well? From a distance, I saw that he was destroying Orthos. My talent tells me that he has become even more powerful than before. Since we received the system reward, I guess he won. If Nemia hadn't interfered, I think he would be arguing with us now. And looked at Claire with concern. Do you think he can defeat Nemia and then come here? No. The cat is not stupid and will understand not to get too close. Nemia was slaughtering the survivors the last time I saw him, and Priam will try to stop him. It's pretty sad, honestly. But if he does manage to kill him, I guess he'll come running in here and demand an explanation. I would like to have some explanations too, Anne. Why did you slaughter the fighters on your mount? When we wanted to leave, one of the men asked where we were going. They wouldn't let us escape the fight quietly. I had no choice, and replied, her jaw clenching. We still have a choice, Anne. We'll talk about it again, but I'd advise you to stick to the plan for the rest. I do not need unknown variables in my plans. Especially not when they come from an ally. If Priam manages to get here, you'll explain to him that you had no choice, right? I'm sure he'll understand the value of killing 20 fighters rather than knocking them out. The sarcasm in Claire's voice reassured Anne. If Claire had decided to eliminate her, she wouldn't have bothered to laugh at her. Anne nodded slowly. She was not afraid of Priam, despite his strength. He had a code of honor from what Claire had said. But Anne had seen Claire in action. The young woman looked cute, but in her opinion, the end justified the means. And did not want to be sacrificed. I mean, there's little chance, Claire resumed. Nemia's skill is almost a cheat. One of the Amazons had been able to analyze the second Baron's skill. Nemia thought it was a master of camouflage, but it could make mistakes. Identifying an animal's strengths by its excrement was one of the skills available to a hunter. You're right. We're safe for a while, said Albin, trying to break the icy atmosphere. If anything happened to Anne, he wouldn't last long, and he knew it. He hated his rival, but she had to survive until the end of the reunion. Claire clapped her hands to get public attention. Okay, everyone. We're almost there, and we're several days ahead of schedule. Let's not just stand around. It's time to proselytize. As her comrades walked back into the cave, Claire had one last thought for Priam. She blamed herself a little for keeping things from him, especially after he had helped her so much. But Priam was too powerful. His disagreement could have had devastating consequences. Would he have understood? Banishing the doubt from her mind, she comforted herself. He'll be fine. We all have our commitments, and I must take care of my family. I'm their only hope. The second Nemia opened his eyes, Priam rushed to his spear. His left hand was more or less useless. He grabbed his spear with his good hand and turned in one fluid motion. Nemia got up painfully, weakened by his resurrection, but also frightened. Priam took the opportunity to think. I must kill it again quickly to not give it time to come to its senses. Let's hope this cat doesn't have 9 lives. Nemia was an assassin designed to pounce on its prey from an impenetrable mist. In an open confrontation, he was less dangerous than Orthos. Fortunately for Priam, because if Anne and the other fighters hadn't trapped the canine boss, he would undoubtedly have lost his life. Well, at least one life. Priam tightened his grip on his spear. He had already lost one hand and didn't intend to lose the second. Using a spear in a dense forest was complicated, especially with his skill level, but he had no choice. Is there a skill for spear mastery?
The feline leaped, not as fast as before. It was afraid, but it was programmed to fight. Priam tilted his spear to skewer the animal. He pressed the end of the hoplite weapon against the ground to cushion the blow. The resurrection of Nemia seemed to have confused him because he was no longer trying to dodge. The boss wanted to kill Priam and despised the warrior's weapon. The hoplite spear penetrated the cat and stopped it dead in its tracks. Nemia had miscalculated its attack. A steel weapon would not have been able to pierce its fur. The hoplite spear did so, without difficulty. Nemia's inertia should have brought him closer to Priam. It certainly intended to slide down the spear before finishing the human off with a paw. But kinetic control had stolen that inertia even as the spear had gone a good half-meter into the animal's body. Severely wounded, Nemia tried to take Priam with it by weakly waving its claws. Priam dodged, backing away as the animal exhaled. The spear had pierced its heart. Its body fell to the ground, taking the weapon with it. LVL up. Strike, LVL 14. STR +1. Without wasting any time, Priam put his foot on the belly of the beast and pulled hard to remove his spear. Once the weapon was out, he plunged his hand into the wound. His experience with boars had given him the idea to look for the Baron's core. For its skill to work, maybe he needs this medium. If not, I'll kill him 7 more times. The spear had pierced the beast's heart, and Priam looked for the core. He soon felt a stone under his fingers. He grabbed it even as Nemia's wound began to close, and a supernatural force pushed his arm away. Screaming, Priam clenched his fist around the stone and pulled with all his might. As pain shot up his arm and the force threatened to tear his hand apart, the spherical core dislodged from the Baron's body, and Priam fell backward. On his buttocks, stunned, he smiled weakly as he looked at his new notification. Work smarter, not harder. Completed quest, Predator, Baron 2. Reward, potential plus 20. Participation, 100%. You have eliminated a Baron without help. An exceptional performance. Potential plus 20. Title 1. Lunar Baron Bronze. Congratulations. Lunar Baron Bronze. For outstanding performance in the reunion, this title of nobility is granted to you. Being a Lunar Baron opens many doors for you, and you can enter any dome without a toll. Beware, as a Baron, you arouse the curiosity of other nobles. STR plus 10. Const plus 10. AGI plus 10.
Vit plus 10. Perz.
Your agility exceeds 100 in Tier 0. Congratulations! If your agility exceeds 200 at Tier 0, a tribulation will descend on you. This is your second characteristic above 100. If any of your other characteristics exceed 100, a tribulation will descend. Achievement, Bronze. You are the first human to eliminate a Baron without help. You lead the way and your species admires you. Message for humanity. Priam Azura single-handedly eliminated a Lunar Baron. Humanity will be rewarded for this achievement. The 7 concepts congratulate you. Potential plus 50. Improved skill. Moon Mist Epic LVL1. By modifying the environment of the moon, the concepts have chosen to artificially increase the weight of the atmosphere. A semi-permanent haze has been placed on the surface of the satellite. Made of ether, oxygen, nitrogen, and tiny water droplets, it hinders the inhabitants' perception. You can easily control the moon mist and are immune to its effects. Beware, if the mist is already manipulated, your total immunity turns into partial resistance. You can now materialize and control this mist. If you remain motionless, the mist envelopes you and camouflages you.
Perz.
Char plus 2. Meta, EFFI, plus 3. The characteristics were very useful, but it was the title, achievement, potential, and skill enhancement that made Priam very happy. In all honesty, he had been quite disappointed with the skill he received when he defeated the first Baron. But now, as it increased in rarity, it became fascinating, useful, even after the reunion. Priam had been fighting with all his might since the beginning of the tutorial and had been extremely lucky. Even so, the fight against the boss had been a tough one. Honestly, he didn't think many humans could have matched his feat. Perhaps some hunters could eliminate a Baron by carefully choosing their opponent and preparing for the confrontation. But not right away, not as quickly as he did. Even if another human could do it, he would not receive an achievement. He was ahead of most of his peers, and the reward was impressive. The potential would soon come in handy. Priam found his first skill really useful and wanted to add to his arsenal. Finally, this title offered him a third chance to greatly improve a Tree of Merit. He quickly looked at his options. Trees of Merit. Each new title opens a new Tree of Merit and allows you to upgrade a Tree of Merit once. Upgrading a Tree of Merit to Tier 9 uses 10 titles and thus condemns 9 other trees. Be careful which trees you upgrade. Heartless. Tier 0. Once a day, your heart regenerates instantly. Brainless. Tier 3. Locked. Requires a silver title. Quester. Bronze. Tier 0. Your instincts are sharpening. Pseudo-Phoenix. Tier 0. Your affinity for flames allows you to manipulate uncontrolled fires. Axolotl or Hydra. Tier 0. Following a regeneration, your body becomes more resistant to what has damaged it. Hermes Apprentice. Tier 0. Future Messenger. You are temporarily accepted by traveling to other worlds than Elysium. Lunar Baron. Tier 0. You are getting familiar with the mist. 4 unused merit points. The last title was interesting. Synergy with his new ability seemed like a good idea, but Priam would have to test his skill before deciding. Besides, he didn't want to commit to a tree without really thinking it through. Increasing a Tree of Merit required acquiring a title for each tier. Earning a title was no small task, and Priam did not want to take any chances by choosing a suboptimal Tree of Merit. Priam quickly observed the clues scattered by the system in its previous messages. From the looks of it, a tribulation was coming soon. He didn't know what that meant in practical terms, but he had seen the result of the tribulation, which destroyed Logarithm. If the system bothered to warn him, the tribulation promised to be frightening. Given my characteristics, they will be soon. I need to find out more about this. Too bad, I can't wait to get home. Logarithm could have helped me through the tribulation with its unique resistance. Priam then took a minute to analyze the rest of the notifications. His gaze lingered on the vocabulary used by the concepts. If these other nobles were barons, the system would have written baron. I suppose there are even more powerful monsters than Orthos. I'm not looking forward to meeting them. Finally, Priam observed the nucleus of Nemea. He decided to identify it. He was not yet powerful enough to allow himself to miss any information. The weak often have no choice. To act like a strong man when I am weak is madness. A mental barrier will not dominate me. Identification. Core, Tier 0, a solid ether core, crystallizing most of Baron Nemea's power, skill, and essence. Has multiple uses. The system was stingy with details. But one thing was sure. These cores had a purpose, and Priam had to find out what it was. Perhaps he could acquire attributes or skills from the boss. Maybe he could even partially resurrect the beast? Or maybe they were just energy sources? Tempering his body might require the use of these cores. Either way, they seemed valuable. Priam stopped rolling Nemea's core between his fingers and put it next to the ASB venom in his purse. He would have time to think about it later. Too bad about Orthos' core. Priam saw that he was still sitting on the ground. He propelled himself into the air with a kick and twisted to land on his feet. Before the tutorial, a crowd would have applauded the move. With no spectators to marvel at his prowess, he ran toward the cave, which he could now see clearly. The mist no longer hid anything from him, not even the two Amazons who thought they were safe from view at the entrance to the cave. Anne was going to have to answer for her actions.
Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/Men 10/Meta 0. Physical. Strength 78. Constitution 92. Agility 107. Vitality 126. Perception 91. Mental. Vivacity 92. Dexterity 77. Memory 31. Willpower 48. Charisma 42. Meta. Meta Affinity 41. Meta Focus 44. Potential 199. Tier 0. An Amazon was hidden behind a recess. Priam was careful to move slowly since he had entered the cave. He didn't know what awaited him and didn't want to unnecessarily ruin his infiltration by setting off a trap. Priam had chosen to enter the cave secretly. He had seen what the Amazons had done to innocent people. If they spotted him, he would have to fight. But he was there to find his family and find answers to his questions. There would be time to punish these killers later. For now, he was most interested in Anne's plans. The first two guards had been easily evaded. A dense mist covered the entrance to the cave, and Priam had passed between them without them noticing. He had almost laughed at the look of concentration on their faces as they tried to pierce the mist with their eyes. Perhaps they had pretended not to see him before raising the alarm with a skill? If so, he was walking right into a trap. Honestly, they deserve an Oscar if that's the case. I wouldn't even be disappointed if I walked into an ambush. Their acting would have been perfect. Priam refocused on the Amazon near him. A passive effect of his new skill allowed him to make out the Amazon in the low light. He couldn't see well in the cave, not because of the mist but because of the low luminosity. A few crystals embedded in the rock gave him the light he needed to move. The Amazon must not have been able to see anything and, therefore, could not have positioned herself properly. Half of her body was visible. His perception had also made him notice a thin wire stretched about 10 centimeters from the ground. It must have been connected to an audible alarm, and Priam would have hated himself for falling into such a basic trap. Stepping on a trapped slab at the bottom of a pagan temple to retrieve a crystal skull was acceptable. Tripping over a wire set by a neophyte warrior was not. Still, the wire is well hidden in the mist. She must have read Setting a Trap for Dummies. Priam stood still for a few seconds to think about what he wanted to do. Despite the books he had read in his youth and the movies he had seen, he had no intention of overpowering, neutralizing, or killing this Amazon. Yet, after the massacre committed by Anne and her cronies, it was not his goodness or morality that held him back. He would have had little remorse in smashing the guard's skull against the cave wall before continuing on his way. He was aware that she had not given the order, but she had carried it out. World War II had taught everyone that it was hard to disobey orders. But it was also hard to put all the blame on Anne. Perhaps she also had a superior? In any case, people had died, murdered by their allies, which was unacceptable. Am I ready to eliminate all Amazons, because they obeyed an order? I don't know. But I guess I won't need to answer that question. Hopefully, the fight will be self-defense. Otherwise, I will see at that time. At the moment, Priam was annoyed because he wasn't sure he could neutralize the Amazon quietly. His infiltration would be discovered if another Amazon were positioned a few feet away. Considering this was the first infiltration of his life and that he had only progressed about 20 meters into the cave, he didn't want to end his spy career yet. Priam paused for a moment to observe his surroundings. The Amazon had little chance of detecting him if she had no perception skills. Given that she was currently staring at a wall 30 centimeters from her face with great intensity, Priam would not guess this was the case. Perhaps every Amazon deserved an Oscar for acting, but he doubted it. He was pretty sure the Amazon was blinded between the haze and the low light. Just as he was about to start walking again, Priam stopped. He had just noticed the Amazon's grimace. The warrior was focused as if she expected to fight in the next few minutes. She seemed to be paying attention to the sounds. She was told that I might be coming. Of course, the global announcement of my solitary victory over Nemea must have alerted Anne. Priam set out on his way with as little noise as possible. The Amazon's perception must have been high, but he was walking barefoot on stone and breathing softly. When he moved, his clothes made no sound. He had checked before entering the cave. If the warrior had an incredible hearing, she might be able to hear his heartbeat, but he doubted it. Priam had decided to walk past her. The chances of the alarm being raised were lower. Besides, he had to keep his focus. He was here to get answers. And had a plan and information, otherwise, she wouldn't have known so quickly that killing Orthos would create a pathway to the dome. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't trained to ask questions. If he couldn't interrogate the Amazon in a few minutes, he might as well move on. The truth was somewhere ahead. His best chance of getting answers was to spy on Anne. Actions didn't lie, and Priam wanted to get inside the dome, too. As soon as he found the passage to the dome, he wouldn't have to hide anymore. If I'm discovered, it might as well be as late as possible. Then I'll force Anne to choose, tell me the truth or lose her teeth. Image Priam moved slowly for 10 minutes, alert to all possible traps. He suspected the Amazons hadn't had time to dig out booby-trapped slabs, but he didn't want to take any chances. Besides, there were certainly skills to hide traps. Finally, the monotony of the cave changed. About a kilometer from the cave entrance, Priam approached the entrance to a larger room. 2 men were guarding the entrance. Alban's men. Is he in cahoots with Anne? Alban and Anne seemed to have played everyone. The fighters had to choose sides between the 2 leaders without knowing they were working together. But since when? The stratagem seems too well-oiled. Unless they already knew each other before the meeting. Priam refocused. He was almost invisible in the cave, but everything could change very quickly. He watched the guards. The room was brighter than the cave, so they could watch the entrance. The mist was too thick and the light too dim for the men to see each other, but they just needed to watch half the way each. If Priam went by, he would be spotted for sure. Moon mist. Priam used his new skill. It was epic in quality and easy to use. At least, creating mist was now rather instinctive for the young man. In a 1-meter radius sphere centered on the young man's torso, the ether began to change. To transmute into an ethereal mist. Priam could not yet perceive the fundamental essence of this new universe, but he sensed that the mist did not appear from nowhere. His skill was transmuting the fundamental essence of the world into a mist. If the atmosphere was sufficiently saturated with ether, the cost was free. Otherwise, the skill used Priam's ether. For the first time, he felt that his supply was not unlimited. So far, none of his skills had used his ether. Most of them were passive, and he had lived in an ether-laden environment. So his own resources had never been used. At least he had never felt it. Honestly, he had never felt that there was a limit to his energy reserves. The density of ether in Elysium had allowed him to forget this detail. He may not have yet unlocked the meta-attribute that allowed him to measure his reserves. Or did he have to create a skill to observe his own body? It wasn't as if humans were born with the ability to determine their remaining stamina percentage. But in this new world, perhaps creating a passive skill to know one's physical and ethereal energy limits was a given. I have so much to learn. I definitely need more information. Maybe there are things I've been doing wrong all along. Kinetic Control had never used his resources either. His primary attack skill converted some of the kinetic energy he received into ether to function. Maybe there's a limit? If I absorb too much energy in a short period, for example. To be tested later.
Other issues were also emerging. He knew that he would not stay in Elysium forever. Partly because he wanted to live with his family, and this world was too dangerous, but also because of one of his first quests. Most of the inhabitants of Elysium wanted to invade worlds whenever the opportunity arose. Portals and rifts regularly opened between different locations in the concept universe. The more ether and energy there was, the higher the probability of a passage opening. It was one of the questions he had asked in the tutorial before entering the portal that had led him to Elysium. Elysium was so violent that its inhabitants tried to flee whenever possible. If resources were on the other side of a portal, Priam knew he would have to use them too. By then, he would have to build up a set of skills that could synergize with each other. The fact that his skills could consume resources had eluded him until now. But while the ether density in Elysium allowed him to do without personal resources, that might not be the case everywhere. I'll probably have to create a skill to regain ether. Perhaps by turning the kinetic energy I store into pure ether? I'm missing so much information to make an informed choice. As long as Priam remained in an ether-laden environment, all these questions were unnecessary. He would test his limits when he had the chance. However, he noted that moon mist consumed relatively little ether. Either it was thrifty, or his supply was high. Still more questions to answer. The mist was beginning to accumulate in the middle of the passage. For the two guards, nothing changed. White wisps continued to snake. But the density of the mist was increasing rapidly. While they thought they could still see as far as they did, in reality the mist was significantly affecting their vision. Priam crossed in front of the two men.
Hee you fools.
LVL up. Moon mist LVL 2.
Perts need.
Char +2. Meta, YFFI, +3. LVL up. Stealth, LVL 7. AGI +1. Pleased with himself and his camouflage, Priam looked around the room. A dozen Amazons were collecting luminous crystals on the walls. Anne and Albin were positioned in front of a door inlaid in stone, and studying it. Priam noted the location of the door. It was undoubtedly the passage to the dome. His title should allow him to use it, but perhaps it should be opened first. Let's leave the opening to them. Priam continued to scout the area. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a young girl sitting on a rock in the center of the room.
Claire.
What is she doing there? She must have been captured to get leverage on me. Initially upset, Priam was then relieved to see her. Nemia had committed a massacre at the ambush site, and he had been afraid for her. Going back to the scene to find her corpse would have been useless. Either she had survived and he would find nothing, or she was dead, and he could not help her. Either way, finding and stopping her plans was his priority. His family came before Claire, but he was still glad to see her healthy. Ironically, and had probably saved her by kidnapping her. Claire was not Priam's best friend. In fact, they had only known each other for one day. He would have been hard-pressed to describe her. A friend? Maybe not. An acquaintance? The word was a bit weak. In any case, she was the first person he had spoken to since the tutorial. If it was possible, he wasn't going to leave her here. The young man used his skill, Moon Mist, again, and increased the density of the mist around him. Confident in his camouflage, he moved closer to the young woman. Fortunately, no Amazons were lurking near her. She was isolated, and it seemed that no one thought she could escape. When he got within a few feet of her, hidden in the light, Priam noticed she had thoughtful eyes. She didn't seem too worried, but she didn't know anything about her captors. Priam knew that Anne and Albin were killers. Priam noted that she had not noticed him. Apparently, her perception didn't allow her to spot the young man. Probably a skill she needs to activate. She didn't think she would find me here, so she didn't notice me. I guess she has to mark me to spot me next. Interesting. Claire, he whispered. MMH. The girl instantly raised her head in the direction of the young man. Priam. The one and only. Don't answer, you'll make noise. We'll have to get out of here. I'm sure you've realized Anne and Albin weren't as friendly as you'd think, but this is worse. I defeated Orthos, but not all the dead fighters there were killed by the boss. The young woman bit her lip. She looked in the direction of Anne and Albin. What do you plan to do next? Honestly, I'm not sure. As you might have noticed, I'm not in law enforcement, and justice is a variable geometry principle in this new world. Anyway, I wasn't and still am not a judge or a lawyer. I'm pretty sure they killed some fighters, but I wasn't there. Maybe it was someone else, but I don't care much about the benefit of the doubt. What I'm interested in is the dome, Priam announced, pointing to the sealed door. He noticed that Claire was looking at his hand and not at where he was pointing. She sees me, but that's it. Her skill should only apply to living things. Priam continued. I'll wait to see how these idiots plan to open the door. Then I'll ask them a few questions about the dome, the threat, their motives and plans. Either they answer or they attack. Frankly, I have no problem with self-defense, Priam smiled. His smile did not reach his eyes. They were glowing with a cruel gleam. He didn't like being betrayed, nor Claire being captured. He understood being attacked, but not those closest to him. If it had been my family instead of Claire, I would have painted this cave scarlet by now. Priam refocused. Are you ready to follow me? I'm going to get you out of this before it gets bad. I'll come back for you after, don't worry. We have to go now. They're stupid, but if we keep talking in the middle of the cave, they'll notice us eventually. Claire was silent for a few seconds before nodding her head. Okay, I'm ready. Priam grabbed the young woman's hand and guided her out. He didn't want her to get hurt in a fight. They walked a few feet to the entrance when Claire stumbled. Unfortunately for Priam, her knee hit the ground right next to the two guards. The young woman let out a small cry of pain. Instantly the guards moved into a fighting stance. One drew a sword from a museum, while the other armed a crossbow. Despite the comical situation seen repeatedly in every work of fiction Priam had ever devoured, he did not laugh. He wasn't sure he could dodge a crossbow bolt from this close, and he was sure Claire wouldn't avoid it. Shit. Who goes there? Albin and we're running. Priam's career as a spy had lasted less than 20 minutes. He bent down to help Claire to her feet. Sorry, she whispered. It's nothing. Stay close to me. It's me, he answered loudly. My friends call me Priam. You can call me Baron Priam, I guess. Oh, and another thing. You're under arrest. You have the right to. Actually, you don't have rights. Status. Average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration. PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 78. Constitution 92. Agility 108. Vitality 126. Perception 95. Mental. Vivacity 92. Dexterity 77. Memory 31. Willpower 48. Charisma 44. Meta affinity 44. Meta focus 44. Potential 203. Tier 0. Priam would have liked to tell Claire to back away to safety behind him, but he didn't want to lose sight of the girl. Besides, he wasn't planning to exterminate everyone in the room. He had questions, and a massacre wasn't a great start. On the other hand, it could be a great end. Priam's plan was simple: get Claire out to prevent her capture. Then he could deal with the rest of the Amazons and Albin's men. He defeated 2 barons, so it wasn't a few novice fighters that would scare him. And spoke up, and you could feel the surprise in her voice. Priam?
Yeah.
Surprised the cat didn't eat me?
Where are you? Albin looked stunned. He looked for the young man with his eyes, but the mist prevented him from seeing him even though they were less than 8 meters apart. Honestly, in such a closed environment, the young man did not fear confrontation. He had only detected 1 crossbow, and his enemies were essentially blind here. Is this guy stupid? I came to rescue my friend and get to the dome, said Priam. By the way, I didn't much like dealing with 2 barons while you. What exactly are you doing? Why is this door still not open? During his speech, Priam had taken Claire back into the cave and was starting to walk along the wall. How long do you think you'll keep messing with me, kid? Albin backed away from his men. He bumped his foot against a stalagmite and grumbled, You can't see anything here. Surrender to my guys near the entrance, or I'll order my men to shoot. Paul has a crossbow, as I'm sure you know, and I have other guys with skills. Okay, he's stupid. You're not much of a strategist, right, Albin? If you order your men to fire into this mist, they would have every chance of hitting the Amazons in the crossfire. Priam had thought about telling Claire to get down on the ground, then charging in. However, in real life, there were consequences to his actions. He didn't know the skills of Albin's men or Anne's Amazons. He would blame himself terribly if something happened to the young woman because he had been too thoughtless. Let's calm down. And had stepped forward. The Amazon had already regained her composure. While Albin had entrenched himself near two of his men like the coward he was, and had instead isolated herself to assert her willingness to talk. Courageous on her part, but stupid. Or does she want me to underestimate her? Priam. First, congratulations on Orthos and the second Baron. The system must have showered you with awards. Let's not get worked up, okay? We can talk like civilized people and solve our problems, she announced calmly. Her voice was calm, but firm. She sounded like a mediator, ready to resolve an annoying conflict peacefully. Suddenly, Priam felt reassured. After all, why get upset when they could talk like civilized people? Maybe we could find some common ground. She seems like a fair woman. It is unfortunate that it had to come to this, but the men we killed on the way out were criminals. One of my Amazons can see a hint of sin. They were probably rapists or killers before the tutorial, and I don't want to have those kinds of people getting stronger through the system. I had them near me to ensure we got rid of them. Can you imagine the kind of acts that a powerful, evil individual can do now? I guess so. Priam stopped instantly. His body was getting hot, and his instincts were screaming that something strange was happening. His will was fragile, like the flame of a candle in a storm. His vivacity sharpened his logic and allowed him to think faster. He wasn't smarter, and the system wouldn't change his personality, but he was a better version of himself. Priam had always had good instincts as well as logical intelligence. Right now, the conclusions he was drawing from Anne's speech were contradictory. His logic warned him that the speech was full of errors, but he wanted to believe it. He knew the words were wrong, but Anne wouldn't lie to him, right? What a paradox. Suddenly, Priam clutched his wounded hand to clear his head. The pain woke him up. The tree of merit, brainless, allowed his mind to be protected by his body. His vivacity prevented Priam from succumbing to this kind of manipulation. There was no paradox. His will found strength in his conviction. He would not let anyone manipulate him. And was lying, and one of her skills was trying to control him. This bitch. He had hated the manipulations of the system, of the Passiflora, and now he hated Anne's. His mind was sacred. She's going to pay for this. And had continued her speech, but Priam was no longer listening to her. Her skill seemed tied to her voice, and he was thinking of ripping out her vocal cords. Or maybe I can wait until I develop resistance? It was the kind of skill that seemed essential. Only the idea of using and to strengthen his resistance prevented him from attacking. He'd never killed a human, but she'd crossed the line. And had launched into a great monologue to cement the effect of her skill. Priam cut her off curtly. You try to pull a trick like that again, and I'll cut you open. Is that clear? Threatened Priam. His voice was full of anger, and he was close to making a massacre. Please, I'm sorry, replied the Amazon weakly. Indeed, Priam continued. I can imagine the kind of acts that a powerful and ill-intentioned individual can perform now. Coldly ordering the murder of 20 men, for example. Not to mention that I have no way of verifying your Amazon skill. It's your word against dead men's. Convenient. I admit I have no proof of their sins. But you can give me the benefit of the doubt for now and make your judgment later. After all, it's survival of the fittest now, isn't it? You're stronger than we are, so you can execute us without a trial. Anne's answer made Priam uncomfortable. He had nothing against killing in self-defense. It wouldn't keep him up at night. But if the Amazons laid down their weapons, he wasn't sure he wanted to be an executioner killing opponents after a surrender. She understands I am not cruel and is counting on that to get her through. I don't know about the other Amazons, but you'll pay Anne. Regarding the door. We have to wait an hour before opening it to not harm the guard's killer. Or have a title of nobility. Couldn't you possibly help us? We have done no harm to Claire. As you can see, we are not your enemies, and finished. You are not my enemies? That's simply because I'm stronger than you. Well, I have a question. Can I ask how you knew that a passageway existed here, before Orthos died? And opened her mouth to answer before closing it again. She knew the boy would not believe another lie. Yeah, that's what I thought. Orthos was not the threat we were all looking for, despite the certainty with which you repeated it. The poor dog was the Dome Guard, and you killed him. Or that you manipulated people to do it. From there to think that the threat is you. and clenched her jaw. And so? What are you going to do? Despite what the system says to pit us against each other, we are humans looking to find our families. Identification. Anne? Leader of the Amazons. She survived the tutorial. Again. Priam had used his skill a few times while preparing for the assault on Orthos, but without much result. The other fighters didn't like it very much, and Priam had understood why when he had asked Claire to use it on him. Identification informed the user about the target but also warned the target. When Claire identified him, Priam felt a chill run down his back. It was unpleasant, as if someone who could see through your clothes was watching you. Priam didn't like it. It felt too much like a violation of his body and mind. On Anne, identification was remarkably terse. She must have had some kind of skill protection. Time to test my hypothesis. A mere human? I don't think so. I'm not sure what you're using to camouflage yourself, but I want to be able to read your identification before we continue to argue. And did not answer immediately. She seemed to be thinking about his proposal. Bingo. Seeing and hesitate, Albin intervened by shouting. You're not thinking about it, Anne. If you do this, the system will update his quest. If he talks, we'll lose our only advantage. You're dooming us all. Thank you, Albin, you're as stupid as ever. He doesn't seem to be talking only about the people here, and he more or less confirmed that he is part of the threat. But how many are there? If this is a main quest. Thousands? Millions? And breathed in.
I'm sorry, Priam, but I can't. I really want us to resolve this argument amicably, but your request is impossible. Just know that we are humans. That's how we see ourselves anyway. The system only wants to make things worse to push humanity to the limit. To put us in situations where we have to push our limits. The concepts don't hide this, and the tutorial explained it well. But pushing our limits is also pitting us against each other. Artificially creating competition. And turned and opened her arms, pointing at everyone in the room. Me, my Amazons, Albin, and his men, we are just pawns of the system. It has put a label on us, this so-called threat, but a threat to whom? No one. Our only wish is to find our families. The problem is that we have limited time. If we have not found our loved ones at the end of this reunion, it will be almost impossible for us to reunite afterward. We will be separated into different worlds. Accepting them into our faction will be extremely hard, even in the next reunions. I can't say more, but we will be incompatible, like oil and water. Promise to a tragic fate. Despite the mist, Anne's gaze turned to Priam. The sounds betrayed the young man's position. The Amazon knelt as if to dare him to condemn her. Forget for a minute your preconceptions about me, and continued. You can understand us, I'm sure. Our fate is in your hands. The fate of our families, parents, spouses, and children is in your hands. Will you kill us to gain a few points of potential, or will you let us seek our happiness? I am not asking you to help us. Just don't condemn us. Will you be the system's dog, or help your fellow man? And paused dramatically before resuming. Most countries abolish the death penalty, and for a good reason. If you kill us today without a trial, and you find out later that we are innocent, you will be a murderer. You have no proof, only doubt and disdain. Don't let it cloud your judgment. How many innocent men and women have been wrongfully convicted? You say you want to be free? Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. Don't unilaterally take away our ultimate freedom, our lives. I am willing to submit to a trial before the people of the Dome. Let a court of law judge us. Holy shit. I just wanted to get into the Dome. Priam sighed and dispersed the surrounding mist, pushing Claire back under another blanket of fog. Might as well draw attention to himself. Albin looked down at his wounded hand thoughtfully. Just try me. Priam took a few moments to gather his thoughts. Above all, he considered his objectives. I don't care if you are aliens, humans, or a threat to humanity. I want my family back, and if you get in my way, you will die, he declared. Behind that door may be my family. I'm sure you would do the same if you were me, but I wouldn't put my family at risk for strangers. You are dangerous. The young man's eyes hardened. You won't come with us. I will crush you without remorse if you try. This threat is my stick. Now, the carrot. Claire, and I will go into the Dome to look for our loved ones. Within a day, I'll send you the Dome leaders, or anyone if they're unorganized. You can talk to them and convince them to let you through. I will tell them the truth, and you will certainly be judged before entering the Dome, Priam announced. You want to live in peace with your loved ones, and most of you have the right to do so. You have gained the skill. Rhetoric, epic. Rhetoric, epic. Sometimes, the pen is mightier than the sword. You master the art of words. You slay your enemies with your words, and enlighten your allies with your verve. Your path will not be that of a barbarian. One more string to your bow. You will spill as much ink as blood. Viva +4. +2. Char +3. The tribulation is getting closer. I have no time to waste here. Anne's face was stressed. Her power would certainly not be accepted by the public. Perhaps some would even condemn mind magic users to death without them even committing a crime. New laws would surely emerge to regulate this. Priam's parents had taught him that murder was wrong, and the young man was slowly beginning to understand that this mentality was no longer appropriate for this world. But right now, even though he was convinced that and deserved to die, he knew it was rarely wise to be both judge and executioner. The dome is right next door, and a trial is possible. Next time, I will certainly have to get my hands dirty. Priam nonchalantly raised his spear and brought it down at his feet with 3 kinetic charges. The movement didn't seem to require much effort, but the kinetic charge gave the blow great power. The spear tip sank 10 centimeters into the limestone. Albin's men and the Amazon swallowed. LVL up. Intimidation, LVL 2. Char +3. Priam swept his eyes around the room. Every man and woman who met his gaze quickly looked down. They knew they were wrong, but most were just trying to survive with what the system had given them. I probably would have done the same in their place. His gaze rested on Anne. Some of you will have to answer for your actions. I am no vigilante, but I will not stand idly by and watch the slaughter and destruction of human civilization. Indeed, a trial is in order. I have neither the time nor the inclination to be part of it, but I will ensure everyone knows the charges against you. You will be judged, and you ordered murders and will answer for this crime. Priam felt relief as he said these words. He was finally being honest with himself. In truth, he had no desire to judge these people himself. He wanted to be free, and that meant he wanted to be able to choose his actions. He just didn't want to bother with it. In the end, the death of 20 fighters did not affect him personally, and he was no hero. The massacre had been horrible, and Priam would have prevented it if he had been there. But he did not want to be the judge of these people. He was willing to catch a stranger's jug before it hit the ground, but not to pick up the pieces if he missed it. He did not want to see murder become commonplace and would never condone it. However, he did not want to be involved in protecting the people. He admired heroes, but he was not one. Priam did not intend to spend precious hours sorting out the truth from the falsehood of anonymous deaths. He would not be rewarded for it and had more pressing business. Delegating this responsibility to a court of law suited him perfectly. I am not a hero. I am not a villain. I am me. I will not kill innocent people, but I will not be the judge of the guilty. I impose morality on myself, but I don't owe anything to anyone. I am me and I am free. Priam was fighting for his freedom, not the freedom of others. He had confused the two for a moment. Now, I want to get back at, and the young man's eyes became piercing. His desire for freedom screamed vengeance. But you will also answer for the attempted manipulation of me. I am the victim, and I will also be the judge. We'll discuss this later. You asked for justice. You will get justice. Now that I have isolated you from the others, they know I am only after you. You're alone. And I think everything is said. To speak more would be useless. There is one simple question left. Will you let us pass and tell the dome about your existence, or shall I use force? Status. Average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration. PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 78. Constitution 92. Agility 108. Vitality 126. Perception 95. Mental. Vivacity 96. Dexterity 77. Memory 33. Willpower 48. Charisma 50. Meta. Meta-affinity 44. Meta-focus 44. Potential 208. Tier 0. And Priam exchanged a long look, but Priam was confident. The enemy fighters did not want to fight him, and a good leader knows when to listen to his subordinates. I'd like to see them order their men to attack, and see no one move. Albin stepped forward to intervene. Are you willing to promise that in front of the concepts? To bind your word to your potential and die if you perjure yourself. Priam had no idea that this was even possible, but his answer was immediate. Are you stupid? The only reason you're still alive is because I was a mere student 10 days ago. I'm not exactly in the habit of beheading people, but my patience is wearing thin.
Albin wanted to continue, but Anne raised a hand to stop him and then looked at Priam. Thank you, Priam. We are grateful to you for remaining civilized in these complicated times for humanity. I did things that I considered necessary to survive. You managed to remain noble, and I admire that. I don't care what you think of me and answer the question. Turning her head away first, and looked in Claire's direction. Of course, we agree. I wonder if Claire could also look for our families. Claire, we haven't maltreated you, have we? There is no tension between us. Ultimately, we all want the same thing, to find our loved ones. Can you help us? The question wasn't directed at him, and Priam frowned. Claire had been a hostage and had no reason to take sides with them. After a second or two, the young woman stepped forward. Coming out of the mist, she looked at Anne for a long time before declaring. I will notify the Dome authorities and ask them to grant you an interview. But I'm doing this for your families, not you. Priam wouldn't have bothered, but if the young woman wanted to help, who was he to stop her? However, Claire didn't strike him as a saint. Either she was particularly attached to the concept of family, or there was something else going on. Suspicion seeped into Priam's heart. Priam liked the young woman and didn't want to break up their budding friendship, but he faced a dilemma. Any friendship was based on trust. He hoped that the young woman would be able to share with him quickly. It was possible to rekindle a friendship by being honest. If not, he would have to confront her. Taking a breath while closing her eyes, the perfect image of a woman who admits defeat, and announced. Then you can go. Don't forget your promises. The sentence pulled Priam away from his dark thoughts, and he almost burst out laughing. That's very kind of you, and, replied Priam sarcastically. We're going to go now. But before we go, I think we forgot to discuss something important. 20 men are dead, and you didn't tell me about the threat. Let's be honest for a moment. I don't like you. Neither do I like Albin. When you get angry, you look like a slab of undercooked bacon. There you go again. Meaning? Asked Anne. You tried to control my thoughts. This system offers too many opportunities to control your fellow man. In any case, you wanted to deprive me of my freedom of thought. There will be no trial for that. You will pay. Priam had long been an introvert. As a child, when he had things to say, he didn't dare speak up. He had changed since then, but some valuable habits had remained. The first was to let his enemies speak. He had not forgiven Anne for anything, but every sentence she uttered could provide him with information. The discussion was ending, and he could now let loose the anger that had been boiling inside him for the past few minutes. I understand, Anne replied. The bitch kept her head up, and that annoyed Priam. She seemed to think the trial would acquit her. There is one thing that bothers me. There's going to be a trial, but maybe you're going to run away? Or try to manipulate the judges? Maybe even fight the Dome dwellers to escape your trial? In our old world, you would have been acquitted with the benefit of the doubt. After all, if you deny in court that you committed the crime, it's your word against mine. In this new world, however, some would sentence you to death just for your power, and others would tear out your vocal cords. But as I said, I won't kill you. Priam pointed to Albin. However, you did sabotage humanity by killing fighters. I'd like for humanity to withstand this integration into the concept universe. Reducing our strengths is madness in the long run. The system pushes us hard to improve and to fight. Historically, wars have been the fastest way for humanity to progress. War, in all its horror, allowed men to push their limits. Many of the objects of everyday life have been invented thanks to wars. The microwave, the radio, the tin can, and even the GPS originally came from military research. The concepts know this, and they want us to progress. How long will it be before we are at open war with other civilizations? Today, you may have killed a general who would have led us to victory. Priam paused for a moment to organize his thoughts. Anne's face was expressionless, but Albin's was now pale. That's partly why I'm proposing a trial rather than an execution. To give you a chance to repent and fight for us. Until then, you will at least be useful to me. I'll ask for information and some resources. We have nothing. We just. Priam cut off the weeper's plea. He was in a hurry to get back to his loved ones. I hope for your sake that's not true, Anne. If you have nothing to give me, I will force you to use your potential to find answers to my questions. Do we understand each other? Using one's potential to help anyone other than oneself was almost impossible. Otherwise, an emperor could gain almost godlike powers by sacrificing a few thousand subjects. But there was nothing to prevent one from seeking answers with this potential and sharing one's findings afterward. Yeah. What do you want? First, I want to be able to hide my information like you. Second, I want to unlock a resistance to mental manipulation. Moreover, I have a lot of questions. Let's start with the tribulations. Image, you have gained the skill, manipulation resistance. Manipulation resistance, pheromones, drugs, chemicals, optical or sound illusions, mental skills. They all have one thing in common: they are a bridge between your free will and an external order. They are means used by your enemies to manipulate you. This resistance cements your free will, mind, personality, and consciousness. It is now harder to subtly force your hand. Some manipulations are still allowed by your subconscious. You will continue to fall under the spell of the pretty woman winking at you. But don't forget that she may also be trying to manipulate you. You fall into her trap with a smile, you fool. Well, +3. Well, let's go. Priam was satisfied with the conversation he had had with Anne and Albin. The latter was a coward and a fool, but he knew things. Fear had finally gotten him to talk. Better yet, Priam was highly pleased with Anne's payment. The Amazon must have sensed that Priam hated her intensely and had bought her mercy with a rare object. Priam was a greedy person, and the payment had satisfied him. In his hand, Priam held two objects. The first was a rare crystal, Anne's reward from her tutorial. A skill blueprint. Skill blueprint, Mask Epic. Cost and potential, 100. According to Anne, all he had to do was crush the crystal in his hand to download the data from the plan into his head. Priam was unhappy with this information, but decided to take the chance. Is the data in my brain or my mind? What is the difference between the two in this new world? The plan contained a lot of information needed to create a skill. The best skill blueprints developed the skill with exceedingly little potential. This crystal was not perfect, but it was Anne's reward for passing a high-difficulty tutorial. Priam had been annoyed at first by the cost and potential. Then he thought about it. Without limitations, kinetic control would have cost him 154 potential. He had spent half his life in school, studying science, and had endured 7 years of graduate study in fundamental physics. His knowledge of kinetic energy was almost at the forefront of the field. Yet, the system had deemed him to lack 154 potential before he could create his skill. Knowing this allowed Priam to reconsider the cost of the epic skill. He looked at his hand and the crystal it contained. The knowledge equivalent of at least 20 years of study was in that crystal. Acquiring this amount of pure knowledge could not be trivial. Priam pocketed the crystal with a frown. If Anne didn't use it, it wasn't because of the cost. She was probably afraid of frying her brain. I'll certainly need more vivacity and memory to absorb this knowledge.
Vivacity helped the brain calculate faster and absorb and process information more quickly. But Priam was still happy to acquire this crystal. Mask Epic was the enhanced version of Mask Rare, which was the skill used by Anne and Albin's group. The skill allowed you to hide or change your information when someone used identification on you. The epic rank had to have other benefits, but Anne wasn't sure what they were. Unfortunately, Priam had not been able to learn much else about them except that they were special humans supposed to infiltrate the rest of humanity without being detected. The name of their group was the Revenants. The system had prevented Albin and Anne from explaining why. Priam didn't believe they were lying. They sometimes went into spasms when they talked, and while Anne was a good actress, Albin was not. To hide among humans, Revenants had certain advantages to avoid detection. Mask Rare was one of those advantages, and now Priam had it too. The skill was granted to them by the system. In exchange, they received penalties if they were discovered. According to her, the Amazon had lost all of her potential by entrusting only this information. To say more would have drawn the ire of the system, and Priam had stopped his questions after sensing the aura of the concepts, and could say no more. The Omerta is real. Nevertheless, Priam was satisfied, especially with his new resistance. This kind of skill would soon become commonplace. Many people would develop mild mind control skills without a government capable of passing a law against this kind of skill, and an armed force to enforce those laws. A merchant who could convince you he was your friend would sell more. In the long run, everyone will have to develop mental resistance by sacrificing some potential or through the trade of humanity. I don't see any other solution. It was the main reason Priam was not afraid of Anne. He could have developed instant mental resistance by sacrificing a little of his potential. The only difficulty was resisting the first time. But the reason Priam didn't instantly attack Anne earlier wasn't because he didn't want to waste his potential. He had the idea of forcing Anne to use her skill until he developed a resistance. Manipulation resistance was up to his expectations. However, if mental skills existed, there would surely be worse. Manipulating the soul, for example. In this new world, death was not necessarily a release, and Priam knew something about that. How much abuse would be committed before a malicious skill was detected? The tutorial was only the first hurdle on the path to humanity. Priam had turned to Albin. He had tried to give Priam different information, in return for a promise that the young man would not break his bones. But Albin could not reveal everything without dying. Priam had received as much information as he could for now. If Albin had revealed more, the system would have killed him. Note to self: never sign a contract with the system. So Priam had inherited a second crystal. It was a monster core that Albin had reworked, using one of his skills. He had hidden information about the revenants inside, which would be readable in 2 days. Before working on the crystal, Albin had sacrificed some potential to swear the reliability of the information he was about to write to the system. Priam had felt the attention and validation of the concepts, so he had no doubt. Potential is full of possibilities. I guess it's aptly named. Delaying the release of pieces of information about the revenants by imprisoning them in a crystal was a way to appease the system's anger. Priam took one last look at Anne. She had lost a treasure as well as all her potential. In the long run, this drawback was terrible, and the Amazon would surely never recover. If he stayed alive, he would continue to grow in power and never again cross paths with the one who had tried to manipulate him. Priam hesitated. He was about to leave and knew that the Amazon deserved life imprisonment, if not death. But all his life, school, his parents, and the media had told him that killing was wrong under any circumstances. It was hard for him to take that step now that Anne had laid down her weapons. There was a reason why the number of murders remained so low compared to the world population. Most humans wanted someone dead in their lifetime, but how many actually killed? Yet deep down, Priam knew he would soon kill someone. This new world would leave him no choice. Anyone who clearly stood between him and his freedom would die. But this first kill would certainly be in self-defense. Priam turned around. This woman was not worth his time. He walked over to the sealed door and put his hand near it. As he touched the stone door, a bluish glow rose from the floor and filled the arabesques inscribed on it. A second later, with the entire surface of the door filled with luminescent esoteric writing, the door opened. Behind it, an artificial corridor was plunged into darkness and led toward the dome. Priam went first, taking care to observe his surroundings for traps. Claire followed him. After about 10 meters, he turned to the door. If the entrance doesn't close, it might be a nuisance. They can follow us in a few hours, and I don't plan to wait. My quest still hasn't updated, which means they are still a threat to the dome. Your quest. Priam continued his laborious exploration. The passage was getting darker, and the few crystals he had collected when joining Claire were insufficient to give him an excellent vision. He took the opportunity to inform his companion. When I defeated Orthos, my quest telling me to defeat the threat was updated. It now asks me to protect the dome's inhabitants. As long as Anne and Albin can reach the dome, this quest will not be successful. If only this door would close. Without it, I may have to go back and physically prevent them from being a threat. Even as Priam mused that he hoped the door would close, it obeyed, sealing itself again. His authority as Baron allowed him to mentally command the door and close it indefinitely. Practical. It seems I haven't mastered all this title's powers yet. On the moon, titles of nobility are even more critical. A notification arrived only seconds after the door closed, and Priam relaxed as he read it. Updated quest. First quest. Soon to be reunited? You have discovered the identity of the threat, the revenants. You have sealed the passage, and the threat to this dome is temporarily removed. But if this dome holds, some others will not be so lucky. Despite their resemblance to humanity, coexistence with the revenants is impossible. Participation. 100%. Reward received. Permission to enter the domes. Already possessed. New reward. Unlocked map. System skill. Points of interest added. Potential plus 20. Bonus. You have persuaded the threatening agents to temporarily abandon their claim and sell their secret. Potential plus 10. Indication of nearby domes on the map. First quest. Soon to be reunited? Investigate the revenants. Discover their origin. Eliminate them. Next reward. Depending on your participation. Difficulty. Variable. So they're the threat. Fake humans, ready to kill real ones. I wonder how many of them there are. Wondered Priam. Well, it doesn't matter right now. I'll probably have time to find my loved ones by the time they find and shoot a new guardian. He had learned a lot during that conversation with, but he knew there had been more left unsaid than true. Now, Claire, it's now or never if you want to talk. The two went into the darkness. Status. Average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration. PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 78. Constitution 92. Agility 108. Vitality 126. Perception 95. Mental. Vivacity 96. Dexterity 77. Memory 33. Willpower 52. Charisma 50. Meta affinity 44. Meta focus 44. Potential 240.
Tier 0.
And turned around as soon as the door was closed. She ordered the Amazons to assemble quickly. Albin called out to her at that moment. Nice acting lesson. I almost thought you really wanted a trial.
And looked at him dismissively. Good thing I was able to concoct a believable story quickly. Without me, you'd all be dead. But I hope I don't cross his path again. He's young and innocent, but this is probably the last time he'll spare an enemy. Albin shrugged. He didn't care as long as he was alive. And continued. We have to leave. Claire had to abandon the quest to not arouse Priam's suspicions, but she is still alive. She will find our families without our help. What's the point of staying here and waiting for that monster to deign to open the door for us? Either Claire will succeed on her own, or she will fail, in which case we had better get to work. Albin began to rant at hearing this. Of course, it was a bad idea to let that idiot through the door. All our efforts were reduced to nothing. We are behind the other teams now. We should have attacked, our losses might have been heavy, but we would be in the dome right now, and one of us would be a baron. And squinted her eyes. Are you challenging the orders, Albin? Yours? Yes, clearly. Claire's? No, of course not. But still. I don't deny that our influence will snowball if she recruits him as a new member. But he doesn't seem to be interested in that kind of deal. We haven't even found out what world he's coming from. And sighed in annoyance. That's why I'm in charge of the operation in Claire's absence and not you. You're an idiot. If we had attacked, we would all be dead, Claire was right. He's much stronger than he was this afternoon, and honestly, I'd be surprised if our fight could even have fazed him. My skill barely disturbs him, and we are blind in this fucking mist. Right now, the difference between us and him is huge. He would have exterminated us. But with our knowledge and opportunities, we'll soon overtake this kid. Learn to fight when you can win, Albin, and don't make enemies you can't defeat. The last sentence seemed personal, and Albin shuddered. The woman before him had no scruples, and he swore he would remember that. Shyly, he asked. But why did you ask Claire to help us? I'm sure Priam suspects something by now. Because Claire was going to betray us. When she heard he had defeated Nemia, she arranged for his arrival. She posed as a prisoner. Claire aimed to get close to Priam and use him to find her family and complete her mission. You know her. Her family and her duty are her only interests. We don't matter to her. She seeks to strengthen the revenants, but the two of us are disposable pawns. She had a better chance of achieving both goals by staying with Priam. Thanks to me, he's wary, so she'll have to rely on us. Albin nodded his head. That's brilliant. But she must have hated that kind of manipulation. She's going to want us dead. She's going to want us dead. But I had no choice. It was that or death. She wouldn't let the people in the dome interrogate us. Now we have to start completing the plan. She puts her duty above her desires. She will let us live if we are useful to the movement. What about our families? Entreated Albin. It's all right. I didn't say too much, so Priam would take her to the dome anyway. She may hate us, but our families have nothing to do with it. Her duty is to save and recruit them, so we can trust her. Now, stop wasting my time. And clapped her hands and addressed the entire group. The operation is a failure. If we can't convert the majority of the dome, we must put it at risk. If they are not with us, they are against us. Many will join us to survive if the threat is great enough. Killing Baron Priam is now a priority. It's time to earn our nickname. It's time to attract a count. Albin shuddered even more. Image Claire was in a cold sweat. If Priam hadn't told her the purpose of his quest, she clearly wouldn't have thought of abandoning hers. The loss of her potential reward was disappointing, but if Priam began to have serious doubts about her, it would be complicated. He could learn everything else, but not that she was a Revenant officer. Despite the short time they'd spent together, Claire understood that he wasn't the kind of man to let deception slide. She also sensed that he suspected something. She was going to have to reveal some of the truth to calm him down temporarily. If he asked her to swear to tell the truth about her potential, she had to be able to do it. Knowing Priam, there was little chance, but it was better to be cautious. Thinking back to the last few hours made Claire very angry. Because of a blonde fool, unable to sacrifice herself for the cause, Claire could no longer travel with Priam. If he found out the whole truth. She wasn't sure how he would react, but anything was possible. Sparing Ent and Albin's lives had already exhausted her patience. She had seen his reaction with the Amazons. The young warrior was still attached to the morality his parents had instilled in him. But that was already changing. He understood that his freedom came before his morals. There was only one step left before he would kill for his own freedom. Claire did not want to be the victim. The fate of the Revenants conflicted with the young man's ideal. It was either them or him. Claire forced herself to breathe calmly. The important thing was that she would soon be in the dome. Her family was here. They were the priority right now. Dad, Mom, everyone. I'm coming. The hallway was going up. A hint of wind was felt on her skin. They were close to the exit. Image Priam stopped dead in his tracks. In front of him was a half-darkened room. An opening in the high ceiling allowed light to pass through. Through it, Priam could hear the sound of people walking down the street, onlookers chatting with each other, shopkeepers calling out to passers-by, and 1,000 different sounds of the city. Under the dome lived a city. Maybe his parents were there. In front of him, the darkened room worried him. He didn't feel in mortal danger, but his instincts told him that one last trap awaited him. If Orthos had to be defeated to enter the passage, then perhaps the inhabitants had their own jailer. The spider web stretched across the room reinforced Priam's suspicions. A colony of 1,000 terrestrial spiders could not have created so many structures in a month. So in a few days. Why does it always have to be spiders? Priam crouched down and squinted to find his enemy. He knew the monster would undoubtedly be an ambusher. Once the surprise was over, Priam did not doubt he would quickly deal with the problem. Between Nemia and Orthos, the young man suspected that the system built the enemies in a logical way. If the enemy was fast, then its attack power would be low. If the enemy was stealthy, then his defense would be paper. Against Priam, a man with many lives, the barons like Orthos were perhaps most dangerous. Without weak points, there was no possibility of an easy victory. The enemy was invisible in the gloom and the young man motioned for Claire to back away slowly. He positioned his spear in front of him and summoned his mist. The sealed door was a border. Beyond it, as well as under the dome, the fog wasn't present anymore. But Priam could now produce it wherever he wanted. The room quickly began to fill with an opaque mist. After a few seconds, it was dark, and Priam concentrated again. He could feel the presence of the mist, just as he had during the fight against Nemia. The room was cubic, and he visualized it in his mind. Closing his eyes, Priam saw himself, an absence in the mist. The mist was hugging his body, so he could see himself as a place where there was no mist. If I can perceive myself, then. The young man concentrated on the room. It was not easy because the webs and threads of spiders were thin. Their presence did not occupy a large volume, so it was difficult to notice the absence of mist. Nevertheless, slowly but surely, Priam was able to detect the presence of these traps. Some of the webs seemed swollen as if they contained eggs. Or food. LVL up, focus, LVL 10. Perk +1. Viva +1. DXT +1. LVL up, Moon Mist, LVL 3. Perk +4. Char +2. Meta, AFFI, +3. Tribulation, 3 attributes above 100 were detected in Tier 0. A tribulation is coming. Time, 71 hours, 59 minutes, 56 seconds. And shit. It was bound to happen. At least I have some time to prepare.
Priam refocused on the confrontation. At the back of the room, about 10 meters up, the enemy was hiding in a corner. The haze hugged the body of the motionless spider, and Priam finally detected his opponent. He already suspected, but the spider was huge. Its head must have been the size of Priam's torso, and its body was at least 3 times as big. It was looking in his direction and seemed to have spotted him. But its hunting technique was to wait for its prey. Priam's problem was that he was slightly arachnophobic. The presence of spiders did not make him fearful, but rather disgusted. He had no desire to approach the beast. Unfortunately, this one was positioned close to the exit. Thinking for a moment, the young man had an idea. If I throw my weapon, I should be able to skewer it. With my dexterity, strength, and skills, I should have no problem hitting it at this distance. I hope. Without taking too much time to think about the consequences, if the throw missed, the young man cocked his arm. 1 step forward, dynamic extension of the left leg, energetic push of the right leg, rotation of the hips, torso and shoulders, and kinetic control, X7. The spear went off like a missile. No sooner had it left Priam than it penetrated the spider's head. The spider's body exploded under the power of the attack. The monster seemed so frail in the face of the young man's ability that he realized he had been doing it wrong all along. Why limit himself to close combat when he had no experience? His kinetic control skill was much more versatile than he had thought. He could easily throw and stop projectiles. Coupled with his present and future attributes and other skills, he had to step back and think of different attack strategies. He was nearly immortal, but why risk dying? Often in excruciating pain, when you could fight intelligently. I'm going to need a skill to aim right. Completed quest, Predator, Baron 3. Reward, potential +20. Participation, 100%. You have eliminated a Baron without help. Again, an outstanding performance. Bonus, potential +20. Poison resistance LVL up. Note, Barons are not the only nobles to populate the moon. Your triple victory has aroused the curiosity of other nobles. An earl is interested in you and summons you to his court. County seat marked on your map. Make haste. Congratulations. Improved title. Quester, Silver. New quest, Predator, Viscount. You are moving up in the hierarchy of the court. Congratulations on your progress, Moon Lord. The peasant fears the Baron, but the Baron fears the Earl. Do you fear the Earl? Prove your worth and your ambition. Overcome the Earl's guards, the Viscounts. Reward, per Viscount potential +50. Customized bonus, depending on your participation. Difficulty, Gold. Quester, Silver. You have completed 7 concepts quests. While not particularly interested in helping your fellow man, your willingness to explore the world by going above and beyond at every turn made it possible. Your instincts are sharpening and will now push you in directions that may interest you.
Perched hus.
Meta, Chance, +20. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new meta attribute. LVL up. Poison resistance LVL 6, 7, 8.
Bit +3.
LVL up. Kinetic control LVL 11, 12. Viva +4. DXD +6. Meta focus +8. LVL up. Focus LVL 11.
Perched ed.
Viva +1. DXD +1. You have gained a new skill, Throw. Throw. Some people keep their spear close. But you know that true love is to set the other free. Set your spear free. Free your enemies from this unjust world. DXD +1. LVL up. Throw LVL 2, 3, 4, 5. DXD +4. Priam smiled. He had plans to create a new technique soon, and this potential would not be out of place. Besides, it seemed that using his skill in an original way against a serious enemy was beneficial to increase his level. Unbelievable. He turned to Claire. Excuse me? The throw. I've never seen a ballista in action, but it must have looked like this.
Ah.
I guess so. This new world is pretty crazy, but it has its good points. I don't specialize in anything other than destruction right now, but I think those who create must have incredible possibilities too. If we can help each other, humanity could reach a new golden age. This world did have a good side. For example, the wound on the young man's torso had almost disappeared, but his hand was still healing. The injury was too severe to recover so quickly, but his hand was slowly starting to return to form. I'm not sure I can heal from an amputation, though. Claire smiled. You're right. And those who create are right out there. Let's go. Priam retrieved his spear along with the anonymous Baron's core and moved toward the back of the room. A door, richly decorated this time, hinted at the end of the underground. The two young people were only a few meters from the dome, and perhaps civilization. Priam stopped while Claire continued to advance. Sensing the young man's absence, she turned and raised an eyebrow. Here we go. However, don't you have something to tell me, Claire? Asked Priam in a neutral voice. He would have preferred that the young woman confide in him. The girl did not answer immediately. You were not being watched in this room. You said you would help Anne and Albin find their family. It's weird to help the people who captured you. I'm not an idiot, Claire. If you don't tell me the truth, we will have to split up here. A friendship can't be built on lies. After a few seconds of silence, Claire sighed. I don't want to lie to you, and I didn't want to lie to you. In fact, I never really lied to you. But the lie of omission is still a lie, I guess. There are reasons why I didn't tell you, you know? First, I have orders not to reveal my objectives to strangers. By strangers, I mean. Priam did not hear the end of the sentence. An immense pain rose from his right shoulder. Sharp mandibles had penetrated his trapezius and all the muscles below. The flash of pain blinded him. His first instinct was to raise his spear and skew the enemy behind him. Luckily, he held it in his left hand as he prepared to push open the door. He had unfortunately used up all his kinetic charges in the last fight, but his strength was still substantial. The spear bit into the flesh, and a shrill cry sounded. The mandibles disengaged from Priam's body, and he fell to his knees. A burning, icy liquid spread through his shoulder, and he knew he was being poisoned. His strength was already leaving him as he turned. Behind him, slowly backing away, was a giant spider. The twin of the third Baron had taken revenge. The monster was severely wounded, but Priam despaired. The poison was numbing his body, and his wound was severe. He couldn't even get up.
I have to kill it before I die.
If that thing eats my corpse...
Prioharja noisy.
Looking down, he saw that it was a spear, which had fallen to the ground. His fingers didn't even have enough strength to hold it anymore, and the young man slumped. LVL up. Poison resistance LVL 9.
Vit +1.
The level up effect was immediate. Priam could feel the poison flowing through him, but his body was more resistant. He was now losing ground but might be immune to the poison with a few more levels. My resistance to the poison. If I can speed up this process. Tree of Merit. Axolotl or Hydra. Tier 0. Following a regeneration, your body becomes more resistant to what has damaged it. Priam bought the merit instantly. He knew it might not be the best solution in the long run, but he didn't want to resurrect in a spider cocoon, helpless, and wait for his second death. Axolotl or Hydra. Tier 1. You can now regenerate your limbs faster. The effect of the merit was instantaneous. His body seemed more vigorous, more tenacious, and it was learning to resist the lethal fluid better. 3 factors helped Priam recover. Poison resistance was a passive skill that taught his body to destroy harmful molecules and gradually made his cells immune to them. His racial trait, Humanity Adapts, helped him by adapting his body to his environment. Here, this translated into a faster increase in his skill. Axolotl or Hydra was interesting because Priam's enormous vitality regenerated his body every second. The poison was gaining ground, but the new cells were
more resistant thanks to the merit. The 3 effects worked together to increase Priam's resistance. LVL up, poison resistance, LVL 10. Vit +1. His body was getting more robust, and the poison was moving slower. Unfortunately, the spider was getting closer, despite the spear that had pierced its body. The spider struggled to move. Blue blood from the copper ran down the Baron's body. Its long, hairy legs clung to the ground with difficulty. The boss was no longer afraid of its opponent. Priam flinched as the poison flowed through his veins. The arthropod was moving in to finish the job. Priam was desperate. He wasn't sure he could resist the poison, but he had a chance. Against the Baron, he had none. Damn it. I have so many regrets. I could have become a god if I hadn't been so stupid. The monster was less than 2 meters away from him, and Priam could see the hatred in its bulging eyes. The spider opened its mouth to bite him, and the hoplite spear went in. Surprised, Priam forgot his pain for a moment. The Baron collapsed to the ground, its legs curled up. At the end of the spear, Claire rubbed her hands together. What a filthy beast. No way am I looking for its core. She looked down, and Priam met her gaze. Black dots appeared in his field of vision as he slowly became unconscious. You crushed the first Baron, but the second got you by surprise. It could make itself immaterial. You must always be on your guard, Priam. Not all enemies are as noble as you. That's not a compliment. LVL up, poison resistance, LVL 11. Vit +1. His racial trait, skill, and merit synergized to pull him out of the clutches of death. But Claire was in no hurry to help him. Am I really going to be betrayed by everyone? In the end, I can only count on myself. I won't forget this lesson, Claire. I shouldn't have helped. I should have killed you all. His consciousness was slowly fading, despite the rage that inhabited him. The poison attacked his brain. He would have passed out if his mind hadn't been transferred to his whole body. Claire came closer. But your kindness reminded me of my family. Even your name. My little brother was a big mythology fan, you know? I should kill you, Priam. You're too powerful, too dangerous for my faction. But can I find my family if I kill the one who helped me so much? Karma is a genuine concept in this new world. I leave you with death, Priam. Claire got up and walked to the exit. The door opened automatically, and Priam heard the clamor of a crowd. LVL up, poison resistance, LVL 12. Vit +1. The doors closed again. On the flagstones, Priam's black blood flowed. Image. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 78. Constitution 92. Agility 108. Vitality 134. Perception 114. Mental. Vivacity 102. Dexterity 90. Memory 33. Willpower 52. Charisma 52. Meta. Meta affinity 47. Meta focus 52. Meta chance 20. Potential 307. Tier 0. LVL up, poison resistance, LVL 13/14. Vit +2. Where was he? Who was he? Priam asked himself these questions as the pain pulled him from his nightmares. Were they even nightmares? He had seen Arnold burning cities and monsters. Priam screamed as the flames hit him. The fire entered his body, and his blood turned to magma. The pain was horrible, but his delusions were worse. He was insane. LVL up, poison resistance, LVL 15. Vit +1. Only the system notification still seemed real. Priam was delirious, and he knew it. He thought about meditating, but it was impossible. He could only grit his teeth as the poison did its work. He had already waited for hours on the stone floor. Maybe even days? Months? His body was destroyed. His vitality and his titles were trying to keep him alive, but his organs were too severely damaged. He no longer had the energy or resources to regenerate. If he could have called the ether to him as the guardian of nature had. Sometimes, when he wasn't busy fending off hordes of fire elementals, he looked up to Priam. Priam felt as if he could sense his presence. He called for help, but the tree man could do nothing for him. He was alone. LVL up, poison resistance, LVL 16. Vit +1. In his delirium, Priam understood. His suffering was a punishment. The concepts were punishing him for his stupidity and weakness. The poison was writing the story of his mistakes in letters of fire. The pain imprinted in his flesh was the price of the arrogance that had been his. He could have sunk into the depths of death. He could have given up and let his heart stop because of the pain. But he has refused. He has welcomed the pain. He believed himself to be a saint during the apocalypse. He thought his strength gave him the right to be merciful. He was being punished. LVL up, poison resistance, LVL 17. Vit +1. Illusions turned into mirages. Priam was thirsty, so thirsty. He would have killed for a bit of water. He had licked his tears. He had licked his blood on the flagstones. He had even drunk the spider's blood. He was so thirsty as the fire of poison burned inside him. He would have killed for water. But he would have given all the water in the world down to his blood to kill Claire. To kill Anne. To kill Elbin. They had taken advantage of him, of his kindness, his morality, his innocence. Priam had believed in the human, and the human had betrayed him. He was angry. LVL up, poison resistance, LVL 18. Vit +1. The pain was still there, but Priam looked at it calmly. It was no longer just information. His pain was a reward. A memory. He would never forget it. He would always remember that strength led to freedom. That trust was earned. Claire had not earned anything, and he had been a fool to believe in a friendship so flimsy. Claire had opened his eyes, and for that, she deserved a reward. Death. He was determined. LVL up, poison resistance, LVL 19. Vit +1. His half-destroyed nerves continued to inform him of the deplorable state of his body. The poison was almost overcome. His ravaged body was using the remnants of the poison and his necrotic tissue to regenerate. He was devouring himself, and his strength was dissipating. He would not survive. Yet Priam smiled. He would rise again. He had been stupid, but the concepts gave him a chance to make up for it. His ordeal was liberating. It gave him the right to change. To take revenge. The old Priam was dead. He was free. Image, congratulations, you are dead. Your talent, he who eludes death, brings you back to life once a day. Number of deaths, 8. Synergy detected with your talent, humanity adapts. Your body is rebuilt and will be more resistant to what killed it. Vit +17. Const +10. STR +5. Perk +15. Will +15. Touched by ether, adjustment time, 0 days, previously 1 day. Completed. The ether has changed you. Your body is now adapted to the laws of the concepts. New possibilities are opening up for you. Talent evolution. Touched by the ether, becomes citizen of the ether. Talent bonus, your body is partially adapted to the ether. You are now eligible for tempering. Tempering your body brings you closer to the ether and perfection. Warning, your mind is not adapted to the ether. You have gained the skill, divination resistance rare. Divination resistance, every soul has a signature connected to the rest of the world by many links. Divination seeks out these links, including your Akashic signature. Your exploits have not gone unnoticed. Many people are looking for you. Your signature is now harder to follow. Meta, AFFI, +3. LVL up, poison resistance, LVL 20. Vit +1. Poison resistance has reached level 20, its maximum level as a common skill. Depending on your background, 3 upgrades are available. Poison resistance rare, general upgrade. No future upgrade possible. Potential cost, 5. Poison resilience rare, you have resisted a nasty poison for several hours. Future upgrades possible. Potential cost, 10. Poison body rare, you have replaced your blood with poison. Impressive. High upgrade potential. Potential cost, 20. You have selected the skill, poison body rare. Pot 20. Poison body, in your body flows poison. Your blood is harmful to most organisms. You are resistant to the poisons of your tier, and they strengthen your organs, bones, and muscles. Smoking is now good for your health. Too bad there are no more cigarettes. Const +1. Vit +1. Meta, end, +1. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new meta attribute, Endurance. Titles 1. Upgrader Bronze, you have pushed a common skill to its limits at tier 0, then increased its rarity. You are on the right track. Pot +100. Forerunner Skills Silver, you are the first of your kind to have earned the title, Upgrader. Keep it up. Whatever you desire, you will need power. Choose to free your people or put them in chains. But if you want to choose, stay first. Char +20. Meta, Chance, +20. Pot +100. Tribulation, a tribulation is coming. Time, 60 hours 44 minutes 17 seconds. Image. Priam opened his eyes. A dark room greeted his gaze. The corpse of the second Baron lay just centimeters from his head. He must have crawled away while semi-conscious. He only vaguely remembered drinking the Baron's blue blood. But he remembered the betrayal perfectly. Priam slowly got to his feet, trying to get his head in order. He had been tortured by poison for almost half a day. It didn't seem like much, and it seemed like a lot. Priam admonished himself. There was no need to think about that now. He had goals, and had already wasted enough time. Looking around, he quickly found his spear. Claire had not taken it, probably because the weapon weighed about 20 kilograms. The young woman must have calculated that her chances of escaping and running several kilometers with it were low. Perhaps she hadn't even realized the true value of the weapon. After all, she had met Priam when he was naked. Or maybe she was afraid of accumulating bad karma. Priam picked up the weapon. He didn't need an explanation. The spear was here and would stay in his hand until it pierced the traitor's skull. Priam turned quickly to the Baron. He had only a moderate desire to cut the monster's head off and get the core out, but every advantage counted now. Claire, the Revenants, and all his known and unknown enemies had 12 hours to progress. Priam set to work. The last 12 hours had not been in vain. He was now much more resilient. LVL up, divination resistance, LVL 2. Meta, AFFI, +3. I see that I am a real star. I wonder who is trying to locate me. He pocketed the new core a few seconds later, before turning the creature over. The first Baron had exploded under the power of his throw, but this one still had its silk glands, they produced silk. He also had the glands he had collected from Elysium with him. With the system, perhaps a craftsman could make him a suit with this silk. After finishing his work, he wiped his hands on the floor and got up. He had nothing to do here anymore. Without a backward glance at the room that had heard so many of his screams, he headed for the exit. The heavy door opened slowly, and he entered the dome. The light revealed him to the world, but in the darkness, he had changed. Image. His ears informed him first. A clamor was rising in front of him. Merchants, shouts, laughs, and announcements were jostling each other. Everything seemed golden, and the brightness was intense. Imitating a cap with his hand, he looked to the sides. The dome was immense, and its inhabitants innumerable. An epic market lived before him. Colorful tents stood side by side. Merchants and artisans were bragging about their products. The smell of spices tickled his nose. Despite his resurrection, his stomach growled. Claire would not deprive him of the pleasures of life. What a delicious smell. I'm hungry. Despite himself, Priam smiled. Humanity had survived. Some deserved to die, and he was now ready to judge them. But many humans were simply working to improve themselves. Priam would sort them out. First, I need to understand the rules and opportunities of this place. Priam took 2 steps before noticing a young boy a few feet away, looking at him with round eyes. Hey you. Do you speak English? I have some questions. Image. The orphan swept the square with his eyes. He had leaned against a white pyramid to avoid being caught off guard. It was not the white of the snow. It was the white of the sun. Apparently, the Egyptian pyramids of his childhood were originally white too. But honestly, what did it matter? He would probably never see them again. What mattered was that his pyramid was still empty of people and had an unobstructed view of this part of the dome. So he could observe what really mattered. The crowd. Before him lay the market. Some sides reminded him of the souk. The noise, the smell, the life was here. Money was here too. But the orphan did not intend to steal. He valued life too much. In this new world, a wealthy man was dangerous, and a homeless man could be even more dangerous. Now, stealing was a professional job. Bad thieves had been put to death and few people had protested. Only the cream of the crop survived. According to the system, the fighters were for the moment separated, kept outside the dome. Except for the mechanical guards of a few powerful merchants, thieves, and assassins, the rest of the dome's inhabitants were physically weak. But one could fight with more than muscle. TJ was 15 this year. He thought his age was perfect. Young enough to be pitted and old enough to know his limitations. Close enough to childhood to look innocent and mature enough to go to adult places. He had found a clever way to make a living. He watched what people liked to buy, which merchant was talking to which one, the price of this or that resource. He let his ears wander, learning some fables, secrets, or rumors. There was always some truth to it, and some people paid a lot to hear his information. The world was changing fast. Humanity was once again united but also divided. Many merchants were transporting and selling scarce resources. Resources lent by the country they had joined when they finished the tutorial, by the guild that had hired them when it realized a reunion was coming, and by 1,000 other groups. Each faction wanted something different. Some just wanted to make a profit on the back of a new civilization. Others wanted to potentially forge ties with a future great power. But TJ had also heard darker stories. Religion seeking sacrifice. Kingdoms conquering and integrating the weak. Merchants buying slaves. He shook his head. It wasn't his problem. He was nothing and knew it. It was his strength to be nothing. No one bothered with a nothing boy. No one was pressuring him. No one threatened him for anything more than a few coins. He was nothing, and for now, he cherished his anonymity. The orphan returned to observing the market. The weapon stands were finally getting some love from the general public. Since the Colosseum opened a few hours ago, everyone wanted a weapon. The reunion would end in just under 6 days, and placing in the top 100 at the Colosseum would earn a title in addition to other rewards. It was perhaps the only opportunity to win a combat title for the non-combatants who populated the dome. But the young observer knew it was hopeless. 6 days was more than enough time for the domes to fully open up to the world. The fighters would then become stronger and the creators more submissive. Their dome was still guarded by the 2 barons hidden in its pyramid, but that was not enough. Some of the other domes had already lost their guards. In the center of each dome stood a portal. Teleporting from one dome to another was horribly expensive. However, several super factions had decided to pay that price in the last few hours and were arriving. If humanity's most powerful warriors were gathering in his dome, there had to be a reason. In his search, TJ had found clues. The factions were looking for something. Then, that morning, the mercenaries had even approached the Orphan, one of the most powerful warring factions in the universe. Then he understood. The factions weren't looking for something. They were looking for someone. What a delicious smell. I'm hungry. TJ gasped. On his right, the door of death had just opened. From the inside, a man covered in dried blood had emerged. The stunned boy didn't react quickly enough. He should have run away to avoid trouble, but it was already too late. Hey you. Do you speak English? I have some questions. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 83. Constitution 103. Agility 108. Vitality 164. Perception 130. Mental. Vivacity 102. Dexterity 90. Memory 33. Willpower 68. Charisma 72. Meta. Meta Affinity 53. Meta Focus 52. Meta Endurance 1. Meta Chance 40. Potential 517. Tier 0. The boy's name was TJ. He almost ran away, and Priam had to hold him back by putting a hand on his shoulder and absorbing his speed. The youngster was so weak that he had immobilized him. The skill seemed to have calmed him down. TJ then insisted on continuing the discussion away from the pyramid. The dome's inhabitants knew it was an exit. But the spider barons had wiped out anyone who tried to leave. Priam wasn't too surprised. According to TJ, 99% of the residents were not fighters. They would have been bombarded with questions if they had been seen leaving the pyramid. Worse, dozens of representatives of merchants, religions, kingdoms, factions, and guilds would have invited them. Accepting invitations would have placed them on the political chessboard of the dome. Even on the universe's chessboard. Accepting friendships meant refusing others, and Priam didn't want to close any doors. If his family happened to be in the territory of an enemy, Priam followed TJ, being careful to check his back. The boy was young, but Priam had learned to be wary. Claire hadn't seemed like a manipulator. The young boy knew the alleys like the back of his hand. He had taken several shortcuts before arriving at a small dark alley. Surprisingly, this was relatively rare in this golden dome. The boy had led him through a back entrance into the private room of a bar. Settled for a few seconds, Priam sipped a hot drink, a kind of delicious hot chocolate. It was important to remember to enjoy life, and his resistance to poison ensured that he could consume his chocolate in peace. His other resistances allowed him to drink the hot drink while TJ blew on his cup to try to drink without getting third-degree burns. Priam put back his cup. Thanks. I have a few more questions for you. You seem to know quite a bit about this new place. I have monster cores. So you won't waste your time answering my questions. Priam placed the core of a boar on the table and smiled as the young boy's eyes began to glow. He knows what it is. I've got him. It will be my pleasure, Lord Priam. But we must be quick. I'm not the only one watching, and the Dome forces know you're here already. This bar is on the border of several regions, so politics will slow them down for a while, but I suspect that there will be a knock on this door within 30 minutes or so. Less if the mercenaries want to talk to you. They don't pay much attention to protocol, and I don't want to be there if there's a fight. Priam frowned. If the Dome factions could find him in 30 minutes, despite the help of a native, then they were powerful and organized. Which meant they were more complicated to convince. Perhaps he would have to persuade some people more quickly than he expected. Mercenaries? Yes, a super faction. They are located throughout the universe, and their leader is one of the favorites for the 8th thrones. They are looking for you. I was approached just this morning. What? Priam leaped to his feet and pointed his spear at the young boy. If TJ had been approached, perhaps this was all a trap. A faction this powerful wouldn't want to meet with him just to talk about the weather. Surely they would want to recruit him. He clenched his jaw. If that was the case, he would walk out of here, leaving a bloodbath behind. Priam cherished his freedom. Despite the spear's tip being centimeters from his face, TJ answered calmly. He had understood since childhood that it was better never to show his fear. Only his pale face betrayed him. Don't worry, Lord Priam. Knowing all the factions in such a short time is difficult, but that is my job. The mercenaries are known to be extremely honest and proud. If they want to talk to you, they will come to you. They've warned just about every information dealer that they're looking for you, and I'll get paid just for giving you that information. It's not a trap. Other factions will probably try to force your hand, but not them. Priam did not sit down. The boy before him could tell him anything to calm him down. He began to prepare kinetic charges by swinging his spear in the air. He might as well be ready if a fight were to break out. He didn't know the Dome, so he didn't care where the battle would be. Fighting in a building was good for him with his skill set. Filling the building with mist was easier than the whole Dome. Priam began to create mist and manipulated it to stay against the ground. To the untrained eye, the stone floor simply turned white. But the dense layer of mist could instantly fill the room. Still, if this wasn't all a trap, he might as well get some information. Why wouldn't they try to force my hand? TJ watched Priam's impressive speed for a few seconds, his eyes round. He couldn't even see the spear moving. After images imprinted themselves on his retina before disappearing. A look from Priam made him find his words again. It would be good for you to come to them. They will probably offer you a partnership. Their name is well chosen, they are mercenaries. You do quests for their client, and you get rewarded. They get a small commission, and you get the rest. Joining them does not commit you to anything and can only be beneficial. Most of the fighters in the universe are part of their guild. What about the disadvantages? Registration is fee-based for most fighters. It's not very expensive, but you must pay according to your tier. Each tier evolution requires you to pay again. In exchange, you get access to better missions. Of course, the best benefits are only available to those who actually enter their guild. I don't know much about it. You'll have to ask them yourself if you're interested. Finally, as the first Baron of mankind, you may get special benefits. Priam thought for a few seconds. TJ's speech seemed likely. In fact, it was certainly the truth. The boy didn't know him and had no way of knowing if Priam could detect lies. He certainly wouldn't want to get skewered for lying. That said, there was no indication that TJ had told the whole truth. I'll see about that later. Let's get to the point. And don't call me Lord, Priam said, trying to be reassuring. Few people had let anyone call them Lord for 200 years, making him uncomfortable. Priam was from France, and at one time, his people used to cut off the heads of the nobility. Of course. But I should warn you that I use identification regularly. For example, you are currently equipping the title of Baron. That's the reason why I called you Lord. If you don't want to be recognized by everyone, you should change that. Priam was surprised that TJ could identify him without him feeling it. He couldn't identify himself and hadn't checked his menus since he woke up. The system was user-friendly, and Priam quickly accessed its settings. He hid his titles and asked TJ if he saw much about him. Honestly, I still see that you are an exceptional human, possessor of many titles and an achievement. It's easy to make the connection with the system announcement. You are the first to kill a Baron in single combat, right? The boy's eyes shone. The man before him had passed through death's door and defeated at least one Baron on his own. How could he not be in awe of a man who created such feats? Priam was almost embarrassed. He had defeated a Baron but lost to a young woman who didn't even have to lift a finger. Claire. I hope you're running far right now. He answered soberly. The first, but certainly not the last. But you still see my titles when I've hidden them? My skill has evolved, and I see some things. I can't see all your secrets, but some of your titles are visible. Your achievements too. I can't see your characteristics, but I can gauge your power level, for example. And? Priam was interested. How did he now rank in the power scale of humanity? You are the most powerful man I have ever met. I watched the portal a few hours ago when most factions arrived and gauged most of the groups passing through. If I am a candle flame, they are a campfire flame. You are a wildfire. Blinding. TJ spoke the last word with dreamy eyes, and Priam understood that the young man was identifying him at this very moment. The boy's words reassured him. He still had a comfortable lead over the rest of humanity, but some were catching up. He was no fool. He who eludes death gave him a head start and infinite potential. But he didn't know the secrets of the system. Those who had sold themselves to any of the factions would dodge any misstep. Priam would soon face a tribulation, yet he knew nothing about it. Information was the lifeblood of the war, and he knew too little. It was time to remedy that. Let's get back to the point. If I understand correctly, you can still read me, because your skill has evolved. What would happen if I had a skill to hide my information? TJ refocused. There are several such skills, and not all are equally useful. It's hard to answer this question, but I would see less if you had a skill to mask your information, even of common rarity. A rare skill would block my skill. It's easier to defend than to attack, if you know what I mean. I see, yes. I must learn mask as soon as I acquire an extra life. Priam did not wish to allow everyone to follow his exploits. Being incognito could have its advantages. Thanks for the information, TJ. Time is short, and I still need answers. Can you track down people who might potentially be in this dome? Or direct me to someone who can? Can you find someone who can tell me about the tribulations? In general, is there anyone who can explain things about the system? If you want to find known residents, I'm your man. If unknown, then you'll have to ask Mercury. He's a merchant who deals in information and I wouldn't say he knows everything, but he knows a lot. He can tell you about the system. Of course, if you're willing to join a faction, you'll have all your answers. The mercenaries will also be able to tell you, but they won't tell you everything as long as you're an outside member. Mercury? As in the god of trade and thieves? A pragmatic merchant and a guarantor of contracts. Better to have him with you than against you. Where can we find this Mercury? And the mercenaries? They seem to be the solution to my problems, smiled Priam. He preferred to have several possible choices. There was nothing to stop him from comparing the answers he got. Mercury has a home on the Ducal Palace Square. It's the only inhabited house, so it's easy to find. Normally you have to make an appointment, but he will see you. The mercenaries have taken up residence in the Colosseum. The Colosseum? The capital letter, challenged Priam. Oh, you don't know? TJ sounded excited. Normally, I charge for the information, but I want to see you fight so it will be free. The Colosseum tests the combatability of the fighters. There are death fights against monsters and practice fights against system-animated statues. The rewards are great, and titles will be. TJ paused. A second later, he swore through his teeth. Priam knew instantly that something had happened. What's going on? The Alliance is here. They demand to see you. Priam began to laugh. They demand? At least I'm not the only one who didn't understand that the world had changed. Who are they? An alliance of former military and political figures from the old world. They think of uniting humanity and recreating a powerful civilization. With them at the head of this beautiful project, of course. They're not very friendly. Priam stood up. He didn't need to hear more. He couldn't stay in this bar forever now that he'd been found. All that remained was to find out who was the hunter and who was the prey. He threw a few cores at TJ before turning away. He had paid more than the price of some information, but he was still short. Meet me outside the Colosseum when I'm done with the buffoons waiting outside. I want a summary of the necessary information to avoid missing any opportunity in this dome. Do we understand each other? I'll be there, the boy replied. Priam nodded. He did not trust TJ, but he trusted his mercantile spirit. The young man would come alone or with a faction. Either way, Priam would have answers to his questions. A few seconds later, he was outside. About 20 men and women were in front of him, surrounding the bar's exit. Some of them were equipped with bulletproof vests and riot shields. Unfortunately, they didn't seem to know how to handle their swords. Priam had hoped to see some armor. Maybe another time. A man in his 50s with a pot belly cleared his throat before speaking. Good afternoon, young man. I am Senator Gregor, a member of the Alliance. The Alliance has reason to suspect that you have information about the Revenants. We need this information to protect humanity. We will escort you to our headquarters so you can answer our questions. Follow us. With that, the man turned and began to walk away. The various guards approached Priam. Ha 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 ha. Gregor turned around as he heard the young man start to laugh. Is there something funny? He asked with a frown. Priam managed to stop laughing after a few seconds. Yes. I just heard a former politician who barely walks ask me to follow him. He came with a score of men who don't know how to hold a sword to make a strong impression. Normally I would have just laughed at you, but you said the magic word. What do you know about revenants, old man? The senator was close to apoplexy. Get him. Priam charged. For the horde. Priam did not forget to announce his attack. He accelerated in a split second before colliding with the riot shield of a guard. Discharging 2 kinetic charges on impact, the guard was thrown into the air. Priam continued his run, leaving the rest of the soldiers behind. A second later, he tackled the senator. The old man fell to the ground, Priam on top of him, the tip of the hoplite spear to his stomach. A few feet behind him, the guard's body fell to the ground with a horrible sound. Priam gritted his teeth. What do you know about revenants? The senator was choking back sobs, and Priam realized that he had broken several bones. He had hit the human at great speed and Gregor did not seem to have a high constitution. Unfortunately for the senator, Priam was not very interested in his moans. He turned to the guards. One more step and I'll cut the old man. The threat stopped the soldiers. Priam repeated his question. What do you know about revenants? Priam asked. The senator continued to cry. Priam moved his spear and pierced his hand. He was angry. What do you know about revenants? The senator's screams increased for a few moments before calming down. He looked up at the young man and realized that it was useless to expect pity. Sobbing, he answered. Almost nothing. Their cult has captured a dome and our agents are dropping one after another. It's a strange religion, and we're afraid they'll convert humans by force. Our agents are normally trained to resist this kind of manipulation. A religion? Priam frowned. And Albin had never mentioned gods or worship. The cult of the Revenants. They claim to be able to resurrect the relatives of their members. Normally they would only get Snickers, but some dead people are coming back. One of our agents has confirmed that his grandfather, who died before the tutorial, has returned to life. Priam was lost. And Alban had not slaughtered 20 fighters to resurrect them. The Revenants were killers. But the Alliance had had to confirm the grandfather's identity. They looked stupid, but Priam didn't think they were that stupid. What do Alban and a cult that resurrects people have in common? Maybe the Revenants had nothing to do with this cult, but Priam doubted it. He had a lead and wasn't about to let it go. I believe you. But why do you want information about them? Priam asked. The Alliance is fighting many factions at once, with few victories. We need victories to improve our image and attract volunteers. Non-human entities back the other factions. They don't want the well-being of humanity. We are the only chance for human civilization. Durgar began to raise his voice, and Priam turned his spear to call the senator to order. The senator groaned. Calm down. That's all good, but what the hell am I doing here? One of our prophets told us you were connected to the Revenants. His gift is developing, so he didn't know anything more. But from your reaction, he was right. Gregor accused. Good deduction, Sherlock. Where's this cult? In another dome. They renamed their city Viracocha. That's also the name of their so-called god, replied the senator. Blasphemy must be punished, said a voice behind Priam. Priam turned around instantly. No one was there. The remaining 19 guards looked at him in horror. The sound of a sponge being wrung out was heard and Priam turned around again. A dozen meters from him stood a masked woman. Her golden mask was reminiscent of Inca culture, and her blood-red clothing did not invite a calm discussion. Looking down, Priam realized that the senator was dead. His skull had been punctured, certainly by the blood-dripping dagger of the fanatic. Priam had not felt the assassin's movement. I'll have to keep Moon Mist active. She could have attacked me. To whom do I have the honor? Asked Priam. Shihai. Member of Anatole's guard, Grand Master of the Revenants, the assassin declared. Priam could have questioned her. He could have acquired useful information. But he would have plenty of time to do that to Viracocha. The monk could flee, but not the temple. Kinetic control, X8. Priam's spear disappeared. He had never thrown his spear so fast, not even in the fight against the third Baron. LVL up, throw, LVL 6, 7, 8. DEXT +3. The weapon disappeared from everyone's sight. A dozen different factions were watching the fight, but no one saw the beginning of the movement. Priam raised his spear and a second later, the building behind Shihai exploded. The stone had not withstood the energy contained in the spear. When the stones finished falling to the ground, Priam went for his weapon in dead silence. The hoplite spear had gone through 3 walls before it crashed into a 4th. Shihai's blood had splattered on the street's cobblestones for 40 meters. Not much remained of the woman's torso. Her surprised head had rolled to the gutter. The young man barely glanced at it. Priam had killed a human for the first time. Yet he didn't feel much. Just a void. It had been easy. Soon his breath quickened. This murder had brought him closer to his goal. One less woman between him and Claire. I have eluded death so many times. Here is a life to make up for it. More are coming. Image. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 83. Constitution 103. Agility 108. Vitality 164. Perception 130. Mental. Vivacity 102. Dexterity 93. Memory 33. Willpower 68. Charisma 72. Meta. Meta Affinity 53. Meta Focus 52. Meta Endurance 1. Meta Chance 40. Potential 520. Tier 0. Priam was heading for the Colosseum. If awards and titles were available, he wanted them. The mercenaries intrigued him too. A faction that could respect his freedom and didn't try to force him to sign anything? It was almost too good to be true. Priam wanted to verify that. The stone and gold metal building, surely to respect the dome theme, was visible from a distance. Priam had never visited the Colosseum in Rome, but the concepts undoubtedly drew inspiration from it before multiplying its dimensions. The amphitheater must have been at least 200 meters high, allowing Priam to orient himself easily. Its construction would have been possible in the old world, but it would have taken decades. The system had materialized it in seconds. What impressed Priam the most was that each dome had a colosseum. All were identical, and their rankings and records were linked. Whoever made history in one colosseum would make history in all. The conversations in the street were all about this. Every inhabitant had a champion and was betting on him. Priam would bet on himself. But what he wanted most of all was to find his family. If his father saw Priam as an alias, he would know Priam's position. Or at least his dome. Maybe he would be able to reach him? That was always more believable than thinking Mercury or some other faction would help him without asking for the moon in return. Literally. Walking down the street with his spear in hand, he was finally alone. Or at least he didn't feel like he was being followed. A few observers had tried to follow him, but a dark look and a threatening gesture from his spear had discouraged them. Solitude had weighed on him in Elysium, but now it reassured him. He no longer trusted his fellow men. Fortunately for him, his warlike appearance kept the curious away. Non-combatants stayed away, and warriors from powerful factions must have been relatively few, because he hadn't come across any. This worried him a little. The assassins were, along with the guards, the only fighters who had appeared inside the domes. They killed or protected men, so they had no business being outside the domes. Yet, with the exception of the cultist he killed, he had seen none. Either the profession had been disdained, or Priam couldn't spot them. A trickle of mist appeared in the young man's wake. It was his only perception skill, and he hoped to increase its level as soon as possible. LVL up, divination resistance, LVL 3. Meta, AFFI, +3. Not the right skill, but I'll take it anyway. On his way to the Colosseum to find answers to his questions, Priam walked up the alleys and streets of the city towards the monster that loomed in the distance. He observed his surroundings, impressed by the adaptability of humanity. Talking with TJ about the politics of the dome was one thing, but walking its streets was another. The factions and super-factions of the universe seemed far away as he strolled the streets of a city of many inspirations. Architecturally speaking, the dome had a Mediterranean feel. Greek, Roman, French, Algerian, Lebanese, Egyptian, Turkish, and other countries' inspirations were mixed together. Each district was of different inspiration. Maghribian Medinas stood beside Greek temples and Roman baths in a strange harmony. The dome, the inhabitants had not named their city anything else, was crowded. The streets were full of people, and the street vendors stood next to the hurried inhabitants. As he passed by a beautiful Basque house, Priam felt nostalgic. He had grown up in the south of France, and his memories were flooding back. Perhaps he would never see the land of his youth again. Most often, these houses were inhabited by one or two people. Groups fully occupied some hotels, and the entrances were monitored. The system built the houses, and anyone could live in them. If it was already occupied, all you had to do was evict the previous occupant. More than a day after the reunion began, everyone had found a home. As he walked down the street, dodging a few invasive vendors and watching his pockets, Priam reflected on the population around him. He noticed a problem: no single complete family had crossed his path. As he watched a father holding his little girl by the hand, a wedding ring still on his finger, Priam understood. When the tutorial began, all humans had been teleported to one of the many dungeons that had housed humanity. Each dungeon held a maximum of 20 humans. So there were a few 100 million dungeons just for Earth. Your group members were chosen almost randomly from the people within a radius of several kilometers around you. If you lived in a remote desert with your family, good for you, you were in the same tutorial as your family. If you lived in a big city, too bad, you had about a 0% chance of fighting alongside your people. Survivors of a single tutorial were then transported to one of the worlds that made up the concept universe. If the system tried to keep family members apart as much as possible, it was for a good reason. The concepts wanted to see humans struggle to become stronger or gain power. What better ambition could a human have than to be reunited with their family? Few men and women were able to let go of their past lives. The quest and desire to find their loved ones was the main engine that drove humans to surpass themselves. Of course, there were exceptions. The concepts did not separate children from their two parents. In a classic family of 4, each parent inherited one child, for example. But protecting your children in this new world was also a good reason to want to increase your power. In the end, the concepts always won. Priam refocused on his surroundings. Most of the buildings Priam passed were occupied. Several million people lived in the dome. Some of the houses had become businesses and others were workshops. The concepts didn't like lazy people, few survived the tutorial without a job. Everyone in the dome had a purpose. Merchants sold resources that were loaned to them, and artisans bought some raw resources to increase their skill levels and sell a finished product. Halfway to the Colosseum, Priam approached a store selling clothes. His own clothes were covered in dried blood. As he entered the store, a Byzantine-inspired hotel, he began to study the quality of the clothes on the racks. He touched some with his fingertips, puzzled, not recognizing any of the fabrics. Priam did not expect to find synthetic materials, but rather cotton or wool. Strangely, the materials used were unlike anything he had ever seen, and identification didn't help him much. Knowing that a garment was made of Imops wool was of little interest to him. The artisans had to work with alien elements. An approving expression appeared on his face as he tested some of the clothing. A hoodie, inspired by a famous assassin's costume, was durable, soft, and elastic. Priam's strength was far greater than a basic human's, yet he couldn't tear the garment apart by pulling on it. As he wondered if he should use more strength, he heard a voice behind him. "Can I help you?" Priam smiled. He had sensed the stranger approaching through his light mist. Turning around, he saw a muscular man in his 40s. Arms crossed, he watched Priam stretch his clothes with a reproachful eye. Yes. I'm looking to buy a suit, in the style of this hoodie. I need something very durable." The man grunted. "I am the tailor." "Do you have money?" he said, looking at the young man's outfit. Under the craftsman's critical gaze, Priam lowered his eyes. He had to admit that he didn't look very wealthy. He was covered in blood and wearing torn clothes. One look around the store indicated that prices were likely to be high. Priam had good taste and had not chosen the cheapest store. "I have some monster cores," he said, holding up a dozen cores. These were his last normal monster cores, hunted before his fight with Orthos. He didn't want to sell the Baron's cores yet. They may have been worth much more, and Priam didn't want to be ripped off. The craftsman approached the cores. He took one in his hand and looked at it critically. After a few seconds, he put the core back in Priam's hand. "These are cores obtained here," he asserted. "Yes. Is there a problem?" "Not at all. Most of the cores in circulation originate from alien factions. They are loaned to merchants. But they are not all equally valuable. The rarer the monster, the more valuable the core. Moon cores are the first of their kind, so they are much more valuable than most." "Oh. I didn't know much about those specifics." "How do I know the value of my cores?" asked Priam. The man smiled. "By asking nicely to someone with the right skill to calculate their value. The system gives each core a value, and my skill tells me what that number is. If you don't have that skill, you might get ripped off, buddy. Before you ask, no, I'm not selling the blueprint for that skill." Priam sighed. He should have known that nothing would be easy. The old Earth-based monetary system was unimaginably complex, and it only covered one planet. Priam shuddered as he imagined the economic system of an entire universe. "I'm lucky to have stumbled upon an honest craftsman then, right?" he smiled. He had as much chance of getting scammed in this store as in any other, and he was pressed for time. He would find the blueprint for this skill later. Being polite was just a way to try to cut his losses. "Ha ha ha. A chance indeed. I'm Aaron. Nice to meet you. The hoodie you want will cost you a core. If you want a pair of pants, that's a second core. For that price, I'll have my son get you some shoes for free," Aaron offered, holding out his hand while glancing at the young man's bare feet. Priam shook the outstretched hand. Considering the quality of the clothes, Priam was willing to pay the asking price. "Deal. But I want the clothes to fit and we'll forget about the shoes. By the way, my name is Priam." He had grown accustomed to going without shoes. Even as a boy, he'd gamble through the dunes barefoot. Now that the soles of his feet were as tough as the leather of a mutant boar, why bother putting on shoes? "Unless I have to chase someone into a sewer." "Don't raise the flag, Priam." Aaron led Priam into the back room, where a sewing room awaited him. He began to expertly measure the young man. Priam could have sworn the man had been doing this all his life. Were you a seamster or tailor before all this? He asked, pointing to their surroundings. Not at all. I was a computer engineer, Aaron replied. Priam noticed that the man was writing down his measurements. He must not have boosted his memory much. A radical change in profession. How did it happen? The tutorial happened. After a few seconds of silence, Aaron spoke again. Sorry. Thinking back to my life before is hard. Let's say our civilization is no longer advanced enough to need me. Some factions still have computers, but they are useless without the internet. I went through the tutorial with my son. I didn't want to die and leave him alone, so I chose the peaceful version. The system analyzed me and offered me several jobs. My grandmother had taught me to sew when I was a little boy, and I liked to work with my hands. I chose that specialty. The system gave me some useful skills, and here I am. You're courageous to have changed jobs and adapted so quickly, Priam said. Aaron let out a mirthless laugh. Do I have a choice? My son's counting on me, and I hope to find my family. If I don't do this job, we'll be sold to a faction. Everyone in this dome is in the same boat. Some have cracked and run away from reality by hiding in houses, but most are trying to survive. Men adapt quickly, and the tutorial has helped us with that. Priam thought back to his racial talent. Perhaps, humanity adapts, was doing more than just boosting his skills. With the measurements taken, Aaron headed for a collection of hoodies. A favorite color? Orange. No, black. I mean, a little of both? The craftsman smiled, a little of both then. He unhooked a black hoodie, grabbed an orange bobbin, a black bobbin, and some needles, before sitting down. I need a few minutes. The system's skills allow me to do this kind of work quickly. How about you? Me? You asked me to tell you my life story. You too. Priam wasn't sure what to say. The truth was impossible, but lying was a bad habit. He chose a compromise. I passed my tutorial as a fighter. I was at the beach right before the tutorial started, so I had a dungeon with that theme. There were 19 of us. There was a problem right from the start. A silly idea came up and... Anyway, I was the only one who made it through. Then I tried to survive in this new world. I didn't do very well. I mean, I'm here today, so I guess it could be worse. In any case, I realized a while ago that surviving was not enough. So I tried to live while being true to myself. Basically, I want to be free while respecting certain principles. It's not easy, because this world is ruthless. But I feel like I'm on the right track, Priam smiled. Aaron nodded. Both men knew they were speaking as much for themselves as for each other. The tutorial was too fresh in both their minds to have recovered. Everything had changed, and it was taking mankind a while to get used to it again. After a minute of silence, Priam pointed to all the tools and materials in the workshop. If it's not too intimate. How did you accumulate so much material in such a short time? Every fifth building is now a store, and I find that a little strange. Humanity shouldn't have this many resources. Is this provided by the system? Aaron sneered. The system didn't even provide me with toilet paper during the tutorial, and you think they would give me all this? No, it's a loan, he replied with a sigh. From whom? From a kingdom in my new world. After the tutorial, the system transported me and my son in the middle of a field. I barely had time to panic before a ship arrived. Some kind of helicopter without a propeller. Aliens picked us up and escorted us to a city. As he spoke, Aaron worked with a dexterity that made Priam envious. His dexterity was superior, but Aaron's skills gave him terrifying speed and precision when he was using a needle. One of these aliens had a translation skill and questioned us. They offered us a deal upon understanding that we were a newly integrated civilization. They would sponsor us with everything you see here and an education for my son. I tried to negotiate for them to find my wife, but they told me it was impossible. She's probably in another world, and in another dome. Priam could feel the pain in the tailor's voice, but he needed answers. If every craftsman was sponsored by an alien faction, he needed to know the terms of the contract. How screwed up is humanity? And in exchange? In exchange, I'm under exclusive contract for half a century. Apparently, with the increase in vitality, it's not a big deal. I didn't have much of a choice anyway. I can get that duration down by improving myself or by being useful. By being useful? Aaron pointed to his workshop. You think I paid the system to transport all this here? Going from one dome to another costs 10 cores like yours. Per person. The domes are a few dozen kilometers apart? A few hundred? The moon isn't that big, so that's a maximum. Can you imagine if I had to pay to cross half the universe? The entire planet of the aliens who ripped me off wouldn't be enough to pay for the trip. Priam was beginning to understand. You mean to tell me we can find resources from all over the universe here? Some materials common in one area must be rare in others. A rare resource is more expensive. To buy a herb here for a pittance and then sell it on the other side of the universe for 1,000 times its price. Priam's eyes began to glaze over. If he was right, the reunion was an opportunity for merchants above all else. Speculating on a product could make you very rich. Exactly. But you're not the first person to think about it, boy. And vendors aren't dumb. Ultimately, only certain merchants with advanced skills can profit from all this. Former traders and excellent merchants will become very rich. But the reunion is indeed an opportunity for everyone, humans and aliens included. That's why so many factions are investing so heavily in humanity. They are the real winners. Aaron stood up, his work in hand. I did what was required of me, I traded one stock of goods for another. The aliens who invested in me will be pleased. Thanks to this, I can feed my son. Here, try this. Priam quickly undressed before putting on a black and orange hoodie. This one fitted perfectly without hindering his movements. It's perfect. Fine. I'll do the pants. Go take a shower while you're at it. You're messing up my work here. Priam nodded, grateful. He handed Aaron 2 cores and thanked him. A few minutes later, he was wearing his new clothes. Thank you, that's perfect. I had one last question. I have some spider silk and I think it's solid. Could you potentially make me an outfit using it? Priam had pulled out 2 spider glands. One was from Elysium and the second from a baron. Aaron quickly looked at the 2 glands before returning them to Priam. Impossible. Well, not impossible, but the result will be very disappointing. Silk is not my specialty, and in all honesty, my skills aren't good enough for silk of this quality. There aren't many craftsmen who can handle this. You'll need a master who was already a great tailor before the tutorial. Do you know anyone like that? Freelance? None. Attached to a faction. Like your Colosseum, we crafters have a ranking. The top 10 tailors are all sponsored, if you know what I mean. They don't work for anyone outside their faction. That's right. Sorry, Priam. Priam sighed. He wasn't surprised. A master needed a faction behind him to protect him. Without one, any knuckle cutter could force him to work like a slave. Priam didn't have a faction behind him, and that was likely to continue. But if he wouldn't make masters work for free, he wasn't against forcing their hand a little. He needed to stay on top of his game, and quality equipment was necessary. Who's the best tailor? Aaron stared at him for a few seconds. Master Boss. He is affiliated with the Lotus sect. But he's in another dome. Which one? Priam planned to explore other domes as soon as he got past his tribulation. Why not start with a visit to Master Boss? Viracocha. Priam smiled. Sometimes fate had a way of doing things right. After thanking Aaron, he headed for the Colosseum. It was time to show everyone who was the first. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 83. Constitution 103. Agility 108. Vitality 164. Perception 130. Mental. Vivacity 102. Dexterity 93. Memory 33. Willpower 68. Charisma 72. Meta. Meta Affinity 56. Meta Focus 52. Meta Endurance 1. Meta Chance 40. Potential 522. Tier 0. LVL Up, Divination Resistance, LVL 4. Meta, AFFI, +3. Priam swallowed as he looked up at the imposing Colosseum. The building was even more impressive up close. A majestic aura emanated from it, betraying its divine origin. It was not men who had bled to build this building. The concepts reminded men that the road to the eighth throne was long. No matter how much progress he had made in the last few days, the power gap was still vast. Priam gritted his teeth. The ocean may be vast, but with the system, he could cross it. He would cross it. No matter if he died 1,000,000 times, he wanted to be a god. He wanted to be free. If he was honest with himself, he wanted to be powerful. There was something enjoyable about running faster than a galloping horse. I'm sure flying is even better. His thoughts helped him ignore the aura of the concepts. A winning mentality was what kept Priam going, literally. The aura was just a test of the concepts. Getting to the Colosseum was impossible without ambition. Shaking his head, Priam moved closer to the Colosseum. LVL up, focus, LVL 12. Perk +1. Viva +1. DXT +1. The surrounding area was empty of people, and he made his way to the main entrance. TJ wasn't here yet. Inside, a large hall awaited. Luxurious, red and gold dominated. The floor was a massive slab of obsidian, black as night. Priam could see his reflection judging him. On the ceiling, will-o'-the-wisp lights illuminated the room, floating randomly. On the hall sides, screens showed the games in progress. Out of the corner of his eye, Priam saw a man fighting a species of boar. The fight looked like a bullfight, but the beast seemed to have the advantage. At the end of the hall, 2 staircases led to a second floor that was invisible at the moment. On the sides, doors led to apartments and VIP lounges. In the center of the room, an elderly man behind a circular reception desk watched him approach with a smile. Priam moved closer. "Hello. You're not human, are you?" asked Priam. The man began to laugh. "You're pretty straightforward, aren't you?" "Well, you're right, I'm not human. I'm from a changeling race. I took on the appearance of an old man to reassure you." "What alerted you?" "An overall impression. You're imitating an old man, but you have enough muscle to become the face of a protein brand. But most of all, you're dangerous. No human should make me feel this kind of danger normally." "A protein brand?" "I know your old world was mostly based on capitalist society, but to sell components of your cells. I chose this muscle mass because it seemed to me that you associate physical strength with size. But I guess that's inconsistent with my supposed age." "For danger. You have good instincts," the changeling replied with a smile. The smile brought out teeth sharp enough to bite through steel. Priam felt as if he were in the jaws of a dragon. He could die at any second. Priam gritted his teeth and stared into the eyes of the individual. Part of his brain suspected that the system would prevent this kind of monster from destroying humanity. But what kept him from backing down was his intimate familiarity with death. Anyone could die, at any time. Some faced death bravely, and others ran away. Priam died enough to know that he would not run away again. That was not his way. He would fight to the end, dodge it, push it away. He would elude death. Will +1. The changeling laughed and the tension disappeared. Finally, a proud human. "I am Beecher, supervisor of the Colosseum. For the opening, I'll personally handle the reception. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them, Baron Priam." Priam relaxed his muscles. He didn't necessarily appreciate the little test he had just undergone, but it certainly wouldn't be the last. This new world valued strength and ambition. "I have a few questions, yes. First, what is the Colosseum, and how would it benefit me?" "Excellent questions. The Colosseum is a building created by the system to test warriors. Here, you learn how to fight and survive. The staircase on my left leads to the training rooms. There are several levels, and only the first one is free. They aim to help you unlock the different heart supremacies. Domain, Micro, and Mastery. I'll let you ask the instructors for more details." Priam had already heard about the first 2 supremacies. The last one was still unknown to him. "I've heard of it before. What about the stairs on your right?" "This is my favorite. If the training rooms teach you how to fight, nothing beats the pressure of death to progress. Matches between 2 fighters, tournaments, but most importantly, monster waves. I suppose there's a reason I'd want to face hordes of monsters? Other than wealth and fame? I'm saddened that the simple joy of slaughtering your enemies is not enough to motivate you. But the concepts have thought of everything. Each wave brings a reward and each validated training level too. Attributes, potential, skills, custom equipment and titles are awarded to those who prove worthy. It is in addition to your own progress. You're the best human I've seen so far, Baron Priam, and I have clones in all the domes. But if you don't take advantage of the Colosseum, I'd say some humans will catch up with you soon. That would be a shame, because with your assets, you could become a real monster. Beecher paused before continuing. I have seen many people like you, Priam. You hesitate. I'm sure you have a family to save or another sentimental quest that is very moving. Can I give you some advice? I'm listening. Don't forget one thing. You are now in the concept universe. Here, power decides everything. You can spend the rest of the week looking for your family in domes where tens of millions of people live. Maybe you'll even find them. And then what? They'll go back to their world and you to yours. You'll have to travel between worlds if you want to save them. You must know that this is not an easy task. So, a piece of advice. Get strong. If you are strong enough, nothing will stop you. Earn the title of First Gladiator, and your family will know where to find you. Keep getting better, and one day you will find them. What if they died while I was training? My father is old, Beecher. This is the universe of the concepts. Death is not the end here. You know that, right? Beecher's words had a whiplash effect on Priam. The supervisor had no reason to lie. His progress could be meteoric if he took advantage of the Colosseum. Beecher drew him out of his thoughts. So, where do we start? The mercenaries will wait a few more hours. I'm ready. The sharp teeth of the changeling appeared again. No, you aren't. As he climbed the stairs, Priam found a new hall identical to the first. It should have been impossible, because he couldn't see the other staircase to the training rooms. Space fuckeries. In the center of the hall, Beecher was waiting again. He indicated to Priam to select on a holographic screen the 100 waves. The objective was simple: survive 100 different waves of monsters. Some were alone, and others would attack in groups. It was possible to heal between each wave for the modest sum of a Baron's core. Fuck pay to win. It was possible to forfeit, but it would take a minute to be teleported to safety. Death was possible. Priam thought about the Elite Four in Pokémon. But now there were 100. After confirming his choice, Priam found himself in the center of a sand-covered amphitheater. With a trident and a net, he could have passed for a perfect ancient retiarius. But today, he was not a gladiator. Today he was hunting monsters. The stands were empty. It was possible to prohibit the presence of the public by paying a Baron's core. Knowing that watching a private match cost the same, Priam didn't bother. The money spent by spectators to watch the fight would be returned to him in full. If a rich observer was willing to give him a Baron's core to watch him slaughter monsters, he wouldn't stop him. After all, his mist would camouflage his true skills. A few seconds after his arrival, a gong sounded and the door in front of him opened. Priam twirled his spear in his hands and greeted his first opponent. A boar appeared, similar to the ones he had killed before. Bah! I hope the real monsters come soon. The boar charged, and with a blow of the spear, Priam ended its suffering. The second wave consisted of 2 boars. The third was 4. The fourth was 8. A skilled warrior could have defeated them by playing on the beast's lack of coordination and propensity to get in each other's way as they charged. But without skill, the warrior would have had to forfeit the 5th wave. The mother boar was back and the best footwork wasn't enough to defeat a 2-ton monster. Priam killed it with ease. LVL up, strike, LVL 15. STR +1. He then received his first reward. The monsters disappeared quickly after their death, and it was impossible to recover their equipment. The rewards in the Colosseum were chosen directly by the warrior. His first reward was an extra level in one of his skills. Priam decided on kinetic control. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 13. Viva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, focus, +4. It was his primary skill, his bread and butter, giving him many attributes. The only problem was that it gave him dexterity. If his dexterity exceeded 100, he would have 6 attributes above 100. His tribulation would undoubtedly become more difficult. Priam thought that a regeneration or life-stealing skill must be handy to reach the end of the 100 waves. But if he was strong enough, he wouldn't need it. All roads led to the zenith. A minute later, the gong sounded again. A wolf stepped forward. Let's see how far I can get. The giant wolf in wave 10 had been almost as strong as Orthos or Nemea. Priam had easily won by throwing the hoplite spear with all his might. The reward was 20 points of stats. He had chosen Vivacity. Viva plus 20. According to his experience, the feature improved his thinking, learning speed, and mathematical logic. It was already over 100, so it would not trigger tribulation. Priam's goal was to improve as quickly as possible. Increasing his learning speed was essential for Priam. In the long run, it meant more skill levels and the ability to learn, mask, without burning out his brain. That was why he preferred Vivacity to Perception, which also had several advantages. In the long run, Priam trusted his brain more than his instincts. Waves 11 through 15 had summoned falcons. For most humans, fighting a flying opponent was an ordeal. But Priam's spear gave him excellent range. When the falcons refused to attack him, he began to throw his spear. The first birds died quickly, but he eventually missed. Fortunately, a bubble protected the stands, and the spear fell to the ground. Priam had to pick it up while dodging the attacks of angry birds. A few minutes later, the boss of the 15th wave was dead. LVL up, throw, LVL 9. DXT plus 1. His reward was 60 points of potential, and Priam was happy with his results. He planned to use his potential before leaving for Viracocha, but he was not satisfied at the moment. If asked how much potential he would have liked to have, he would have said more. Pop plus 60. As wave 16 was about to begin, he had still looked anxiously at his 98 dexterity points. His tribulation was just under 57 hours away, and he saw no way he could not get those last 2 points. The next few waves washed away his concern. He wasn't so sure he would survive until his tribulation. Turtles with shells harder than diamonds had appeared. Their brown limbs disappeared under their shells at the slightest danger. Their attack technique was to spit ice hailstones very quickly. A hailstone fired at the speed of a bullet was dangerous even for someone with Priam's constitution. He had to dodge them by calculating their trajectory before they were sent. His perception allowed him some margin of error because he could see the projectiles despite their speed. Even so, he was occasionally hit. He absorbed as much kinetic energy as possible when shot, thus reducing the impact damage. Kinetic Control absorbed much of the kinetic energy received, but the rest was enough to cause bruises. Priam's efforts to break through their protection proved impossible. Even his most potent attacks left only scratches on the shells. Priam's striking power was too great to hold his spear on impact. The backlash would have shattered the bones in his arm. On his last attempt, he had thrown his spear so hard that it bounced off one shell, then another, and back again. The hoplite weapon had penetrated the sand between his feet with enough force to sink halfway in. Swallowing, Priam ended his experiments before turning the turtles over and skewering them in the openings for their heads. The tactic had proven effective until the boss of the 20th wave. When the gong sounded, Priam felt the ground tremble as Blastoise's genetically engineered big brother approached. A monstrous 4-meter-tall turtle glared at him. Seconds later, Priam found himself running for his life. Cannonball-sized hailstones impacted the ground to his left and right. Compared to its smaller siblings, Blastoise had a high rate of fire, and each of its rounds threatened to amputate Priam. For the first time since the 100 waves began, he identified his opponent. Identification. Galapagos, a mountain of muscle, hate and laziness. Galapagos is a copy of a lunar viscount. If it played video games, it would love tower defense. Static, it will send you packing if you are not careful. Its carapace can withstand the attacks of a count, and its ice balls develop the power of a 36-pounder long gun. Its ice balls, with a speed of 450 meters per second and energy close to 2 mj, can pierce a meter of oak wood at 400 meters. 450 meters per second is the speed at which you will travel in the afterlife if you are hit. The arena that was so large at the beginning of the fight was now small in Priam's mind. Within the first few seconds of the battle, he had deployed his mist to the maximum. Galapagos was apparently not equipped with a detection system because the monster regularly missed Priam. But it was modeled after a lunar viscount and the mist didn't bother it as much as it should have. It moved slowly, but every ball and chain was dangerous. One mistake and he would be finished. He would only regain his immortality in 6 hours and wasn't sure he could dodge 6 hours of the artillery barrage. LVL up, Athletics, LVL 14. AGI +1. LVL up, Moon Mist, LVL 4. Perk +4. Char +2. Meta, AFFI, +3. Priam focused on both his course and the mist. His skill told him the position of Galapagos without having to turn around. More importantly, the disturbances in the mist told him the trajectory of the ice balls. Priam's vivacity allowed him to dodge them optimally. LVL up, Focus, LVL 13. Perk +1. Viva +1. DXT +1. The proximity of death allowed the young warrior to excel and spread his wings. His movements became more intelligent as his mental characteristics analyzed the battle. Athleticism allowed him to move his muscles properly and change direction on the fly. Occasionally he would use a kinetic charge to slow down or speed up when a cannonball threatened to tear him to pieces. Dodge, avoiding an attack is easy. Consciously planning the attack's trajectory, analyzing the different possibilities of dodging, and calculating the future movements of all the players in a fight is more challenging. You are a chess player who must play 5 moves ahead. You are also a pawn on the chessboard. To dodge is not to be in check. Win this game. AGI +1. Priam smiled. He knew death was near, but he who eluded it also liked dancing with it. LVL up, Athletics, LVL 15. AGI +1. LVL up, Fitness, LVL 9. STR +1. LVL up, Dodge, LVL 2. AGI +1. LVL up, Moon Mist, LVL 5. Perk +4. Char +2. Meta, AFFI, +3. After several minutes, Priam began to tire. Despite his impressive reserves of stamina, he couldn't run like this for hours. His movements required a lot of energy, and his trajectory calculations were also very demanding. The problem was that Priam could not easily approach the monster. At 200 yards, he had about half a second before he decided where to dodge and to translate thought into action. His vivacity, perception and agility made the maneuver possible, but barely. Of course, the fog screen rendered 4 out of 5 attacks harmless as the boss missed Priam. But the 5th attack was potentially deadly. As a cannonball passed within inches of his face, Priam had an idea. He waited for the next cannonball and deflected it with his spear to absorb some of its energy. The remaining power from the ball nearly knocked the spear out of his hand. Kinetic control confirmed to him that the energy contained in the attack was titanic. Priam smiled. If one cannonball gave off 2 mj, the equivalent of 7 cannonballs would be 14 mj. With that much energy, Priam could fight. He could win. Time for round 2. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 85. Constitution 103. Agility 112. Vitality 164. Perception 142. Mental. Vivacity 126. Dexterity 99. Memory 33. Willpower 69. Charisma 76. Meta. Meta Affinity 65. Meta Focus 56. Meta Endurance 1. Meta Chance 40. Potential 604. Tier 0. LVL up, Athletics, LVL 16. AGI +1. LVL up, Fitness, LVL 10. STR +1. LVL up, Dodge, LVL 3, 4, 5. AGI +3. Priam dodged another cannonball that crashed into the barrier behind him. He had already absorbed 5 kinetic charges and was calculating his options. Fighting like a brute was sometimes useful to ignore fear and trust his instincts, but Priam preferred to think. He planned to take his time and throw his spear from a distance once he had accumulated 7 charges. He had little chance of hitting the boss on the first try, his target being more than 200 meters away. Even though Galapagos was moving slowly for Priam, the beast was still a viscount. On its hind legs, the turtle moved at the speed of an amateur runner. Hitting a moving target at this distance was a challenging task. Galapagos had tried several times to pin Priam against the arena's edge. Fortunately, the stadium was circular, and by circling the monster, Priam had managed to avoid being trapped. He wasn't sure he could dodge all of the boss's attacks at less than 150 meters. Priam resumed his calculations. 7 charges would give his spear 14 mj of kinetic energy. The spear weighed about 20 kilograms and would therefore be projected at 1,183 meters per second. A terrifying speed, corresponding to more than 3 times the speed of sound on Earth. Priam didn't need that much power. A kinetic energy penetrator could pierce a tank with only 2.9 mj. Galapagos seemed to be a well-protected boss, but it couldn't be much more protected than a tank. Nevertheless, Priam preferred to take the edge off. He needed to pierce the boss completely. It would be terrible if the spear didn't come out the other side and instead got stuck in the Viscount's body. Priam would have no way to attack before the boss bled to death. Worse, the spear might be stuck in its body if it had excellent regeneration. Priam would have to give up and lose his spear. LVL up, physics energy, LVL 2. Viva +3. Priam smiled. Physics energy was the first skill he had unlocked in the tutorial. When the system had manifested itself, Priam had directly performed some mental calculations to verify its existence. Learning the skill had come as a shock to him. He had quickly felt his knowledge becoming more organized, but the tutorial had not given him time to continue practicing. It had all happened very quickly. It had only been 11 days, but it seemed like an eternity ago. In any case, vivacity was helpful to him, whether he was in combat or not. Another cannonball whistled past his ears, and this time Priam was quick enough to hit it in the air. He was getting better at predicting the trajectories of projectiles that were aimed at him. He gradually became familiar with his mist as it hit him from the Viscount's eyes. LVL up, Moon Mist, LVL 6. Perk +4. Char +2. Meta, AFFI, +3. Suddenly, Galapagos screamed, and the mist began to vibrate. For the next few seconds, no projectiles were aimed at Priam. The warrior took the opportunity to relax his aching muscles. The ultra-fast movements he forced on his body were not good for his joints and muscles. He didn't even want to imagine what would happen if his body gave out during the fight. He probably wouldn't have to worry about that for long. The enraged boss began bombing Priam's position again. Priam immediately noticed that Galapagos' fire rate had increased. Priam hoped this was a temporary skill. In the worst-case scenario, the change in the boss's attitude could indicate that the Colosseum would not allow him to drag out the game and that the boss would gradually gain power. "Don't worry, big boy, it's almost over." Priam concentrated. 2 cannonballs were coming very quickly in his direction. He dodged the first one by shifting his upper body to the left. The movement stretched his muscles from his right shoulder to the thigh of his left leg. Tense as a spring, Priam waited a split second before returning to his original position. In the same movement, he raised his spear and lightly touched the underside of a projectile, passing to his left. The force was enough to change the straight trajectory of the ball, which crashed into the top of the barrier behind him. Priam smiled. He now had 7 charges. Priam's mist filled the arena as sand flew in all directions. The exchanges between the 2 fighters were happening at high speed. Priam was already far away when the sand from the explosions fell. Heart pounding, sweat beating on his body, he was enjoying himself. His brain was pumping adrenaline like never before as Priam dodged the boss attacks. A mistake meant death, but he would make no mistake. Galapagos had been doomed since Priam entered the Colosseum. Dodging a few more projectiles, Priam stepped back before densifying the mist around him. At 300 yards, most shells had no chance of hitting him. His control over his mist only extended to a radius of 250 meters. Galapagos was getting closer and would soon enter the active range. Priam wanted to wait for that moment so that the mist could help him calculate the exact position of the boss. Priam got into a shooting position. Like a javelin thrower at the Olympics, he cocked his right arm. His eyes stared at his enemy. At that moment, he focused only on his future throw and spear. No unnecessary thoughts plagued his mind. Concentrating on his objective, Priam held his breath. A second later, he felt Galapagos move into his control zone. LVL up, focus, LVL 14. Perk +1. Viva +1. DXT +1. Simultaneously, several events occurred. Priam stepped forward and threw his spear at the Viscount. Kinetic control allowed him to manipulate kinetic energy, and it seemed reasonable to make sure that the direction of the vector was exactly what he wanted. For a split second, he connected to his potential, almost unconsciously, to Link, kinetic control and Moon Mist. The two skills communicated with each other. Moon Mist told Priam where the boss was, and he commanded kinetic control to point the hoplite spear in that direction. The spear left his hand and went straight through the sound barrier. The sonic boom nearly deafened Priam despite his constitution. Pot -8. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 14. Viva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, focus, +4. LVL up, Moon Mist, LVL 7. Perk +4. Char +2. Meta, AFFI, +3. The atmosphere of the moon was different from that of the Earth. Thus, Priam did not know the speed required to perform such a feat, but at more than a kilometer per second, his spear's velocity had far exceeded that of sound. It needed less than a quarter of a second to travel less than 250 meters. Priam was worried that the boss could dodge the weapon with a skill. At the same time, Focus, S level up, increased his dexterity to over 100. It was his sixth attribute to exceed this mark. A first tribulation was triggered when 3 attributes exceeded 100. A second tribulation occurred when 6 attributes exceeded that mark. Only Priam had initiated a second tribulation without passing the first. The system took offense. The sky, until then black with the moon, turned scarlet gold. A terrifying aura fell on Priam as soon as he threw his spear. A primal fear seized him. An angry god was coming down and would take the life of the fool who had thought he could take a tribulation lightly. The world stood still for a moment. Priam froze in his tracks, his heart paralyzed by pressure and his conscience paralyzed by fear. He had died several times and been tortured by a devastating poison for a dozen hours. But nothing had prepared him for the wrath of the heavens. A second later, the black sky came back. The aura was gone as quickly as it had come. It was only a warning. The concepts didn't like speedrunning. As Priam came to his senses, he realized that the boss had also been affected by the concept's descent. It had come to rest, and Priam would never know if Galapagos could have avoided its attack. The spear struck the center of the monster's torso with a force equivalent to 3 kilograms of TNT. Concentrated on a single point, the spear's tip, the energy was delivered optimally. The Viscount's shell didn't even slow the weapon down before it pierced the boss and the shell on its back. Priam lost sight of his weapon as it left his misty area. The weapon's speed made it impossible for him to follow it with his eyes. Only his newfound sense of direction allowed him to perceive its path. A noise was heard as the dome barrier stopped the spear. The weapon could have just pierced the boss, but its shell had spread the energy over a large area. Instead of a hole the diameter of the spear, Galapagos now had a hole a decimeter in diameter right in the center of its torso. The damage caused by the spear's exit was more impressive. Part of the carapace on its back was gone, and a hole a meter in diameter had replaced it. The residual energy was enough to lift and throw the monster 30 meters backward. As the dust from the boss landing slowly settled, Priam was notified of his victory. Exhausted, he sat on the ground, his body shaking. LVL up, throw LVL 10, 11, 12, 13. DEXT +4. Title 1. To the Moon Bronze, congratulations. To the Moon Bronze, you launched a projectile at over 1,000 meters per second. Faster than the thunder on your home planet. Your enemies don't hear the death knell. They are already dead. Always faster, always further. Skill received. Bullet time rare. Bullet time rare. After a certain speed, the senses can no longer follow your attacks and those of your enemies. Nothing is more annoying than lag, especially when the culprit is your brain. You are not stupid. You are just slow. In exchange for high energy consumption, this skill will help you keep up with the fight. You can now see the bullets. Can you dodge them? Perk +3. Short of breath after the intense battle, Priam was elated. This skill would be extremely useful to him. He had only been able to defeat Galapagos because of the advantageous configuration of the arena. In a corridor, in a smaller arena, or if the monster had gotten closer, Priam would never have been able to dodge its attacks. His mist had helped him escape, but he would have died if the monster had had a detection skill. He had been extremely lucky against his opponent and was aware of this. Even his final attack had been a fluke. No other configuration could have assured him of such a powerful attack. Even at the cultist's execution, his throw had not had a tenth of the power of this one. But Priam quickly lost his smile. Thinking back to the battle reminded him of the appearance of the concepts. The tribulation was not a formality. If it weren't for his proximity to death and other experiences, he would have died of terror. Literally. He got up slowly. A tribulation was approaching, and he did not have much time left. He had to learn more. The concept's descent made it clear that he could not hide behind he who eludes death. The talent would undoubtedly be helpful, but the concepts wanted to test him. They would not allow him to use his wild card to get through all his tribulations. Priam went to his spear to retrieve it. He avoided looking at his prize because he would have to choose quickly before the next wave began. Priam would not participate in the next wave. The 25th wave boss would rip him to shreds. Knowing the monster's skills wasn't useless, but Priam was in no condition to fight. He could feel his body burning. Instinctively, he knew that his last attack had been too powerful. Kinetic control did not require ether from him. The skill converted some of the energy received to function. But the energy was transferred into Priam's body and mind as he absorbed and released his kinetic charges. Absorbing 14 mj in several rounds had been possible, but releasing that much energy at once had not been acceptable to his body. Walking towards his spear, Priam hoped that his body would recover on its own. Who knows, maybe, Axolotl or Hydra will help me? As he reached the foot of the barrier, Priam looked down at his spear and winced. The hoplite spear was solid, but hitting a shell harder than a tank's armor at supersonic speed had damaged it. The tip of the spear was severely bent. The fact that the weapon was still in one piece demonstrated the excellence of hoplite technology. Priam picked up the weapon with a sigh. I'll have to find a blacksmith. With any luck, the best one will be here or in Viracocha. The 20th wave had been brutal. The reward would be worth the pain. Exhausted but excited, Priam opened the reward notice. Wave 20 completed. Congratulations. Choose a talent. Bound weapon. Eidetic memory. Space pocket. Image. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/Men 10/Meta 0. Physical. Strength 86. Constitution 103. Agility 116. Vitality 164. Perception 156. Mental. Vivacity 132. Dexterity 107. Memory 33. Willpower 69. Charisma 80. Meta. Meta affinity 71. Meta focus 56. Meta endurance 1. Meta chance 40. Potential 620. Tier 0. Wave 20 completed. Congratulations. Choose a talent. Bound weapon. Eidetic memory. Space pocket. Priam began to smile despite his fatigue. The three choices looked exceptional. He had read enough fantasy novels to know what a space pocket was. A volume, the same as the inside of Logarithm, would be attached to him. A sort of invisible backpack to which only he would have the key. He could store all kinds of objects in it. Perhaps a synergy with kinetic control was even possible? To give energy to an object and then store it the next moment. If he kept a spear with 14 mj of kinetic energy in his pocket, he would have another asset to use in Viracocha. Looking at his spear, Priam pulled himself together. He didn't have to store a weapon that would be destroyed after an attack. A single metal ball thrown at 10 times the speed of sound promised terrifying destruction. All he had to do was stockpile 100 balls before releasing them simultaneously to annihilate any enemy. Also, he was sure he could hit his enemies with his new synergy between kinetic control and moon mist. A bead would create little friction in the air. It seemed like a perfect plan, but he still needed to use this skill to put objects in stasis. He could even become the ultimate thief. Steal a valuable object before blowing his head off to escape. He would then resurrect the object safe in his space pocket. Priam knew he wasn't ready to execute this kind of plan yet, but he had only been in the concept universe for 10 days. It was complicated to make a choice when he had so many questions. Could it store living organisms? How big was the pocket? Could he improve this talent? Was it possible to get into this pocket to temporarily protect himself or hide his corpse after his death? The three talents had to be roughly equal in power, or the system would not have offered them together. Eidetic memory seemed inferior to space pocket. Was the latter weak, or did perfect memory hold secrets? By increasing his memory, he was confident he could achieve eidetic memory by reaching 100 or 200 points. So what was the point of this talent? Could he manipulate his memory? Store memories in depth to survive a mental search? Or to bring back his memories periodically to counteract profound mind control? In addition, what did bound weapon mean? The skill seemed interesting, but Priam had no weapons left. Would he want to bind with his spear even if it was still in good condition? He didn't precisely have mastery over the weapon. Wonderful fight, little guy. But you should stop right there. You'll maim your body if you channel any more ether. Priam turned around. Behind him was Beecher. The changeling was walking through Priam's mist, but Priam couldn't feel his presence. He didn't even know how the overseer accomplished this feat, but it meant he shouldn't rely blindly on his skills. Yeah, Priam replied. I don't think I'll defeat the next boss in this state. Beecher threw 2 stones at him, which Priam caught. Looking at the contents of his hand, he recognized a barren core and a crystal of the same size. Here, for the show. The rules are the rules. The crystal is an equivalent of a baron's core, Beecher replied as he approached Priam. The overseer gauged him for a few seconds, before looking critically at the rest of the hoplite spear. A good quality spear for this stage of integration. Your first trophy, right? Indeed, said Priam, lifting his spear. This spear has been with me almost from the beginning. It's always been a good weapon, even though I didn't have the skills to wield it. That's an understatement, Beecher growled. I know kids who could beat you up with equal attributes. You come from a civilization that frowned on violence, so it's understandable. But now that you have access to the trainers at the Colosseum, you have no excuse. Special training with a good AI is expensive, but reaching the first level of spear mastery is mandatory if you want to use this type of weapon. Priam looked at the hoplite spear. It was his first real weapon, and his hands had grown accustomed to holding it. Its heavy mass was reassuring, and all other weapons he had seen paled in comparison. I don't know if I'll specialize in the spear. I like it as a throwing weapon, but I don't have any particular affinity with it, Priam replied. Then you're an idiot, Beecher commented. You're pathetic with spears, but practice, rewards, and potential can change that. It is your first trophy, Priam. In my tribe, every child's first trophy becomes their weapon for life. Some concepts, such as karma, soul, or order, value connections. It means something. Priam smiled. He could feel Beecher trying to help him. Making progress alone was complicated, but standing on the shoulders of a giant like Beecher broadened his horizons. He would get this kind of advice if he joined a faction. Alone, it was difficult for him to deduce those things. Thanks for the information. But I'll have to find a temporary replacement. The problem is, I'm not sure human smiths know how to forge such impressive weapons, Priam replied, stroking the spear with his hand. The hoplite spear had been entrusted to the champion of their civilization. It was the product of millennia of research and improvement. Humanity, even with the help of the ether and the system, would not have caught up in a week. If you want a powerful weapon to kill the boss of the 25th wave, then take a temporary replacement. You could kill the boss by sending a spoon quickly with your skill. However, if you want a companion for eternity, you'll need a weapon that fits you. A weapon that knows you, that shares your history. That's the only way to wake it up. Spending time finding a reward or a blacksmith who can repair your spear will bond you all the more. But... Beecher paused dramatically. My father used to say that everything before but in a sentence was irrelevant, Priam remarked. Your father wasn't wrong, laughed Beecher. But, you can bind it to you right now. If you do that, you'll save years. Binding a weapon without this talent is a long process. Even so, it is done in stages. The talent allows you to skip several crucial steps. If you do that, the spear will passively repair itself with your ether. It will be an extension of your body. Your attributes will gradually strengthen it. It will teach you how to wield it, and you will also save time when learning spear mastery. Finally, a linked weapon will synergize with your skills. Priam pouted. Beecher was trying to convince him to take bound weapon. The talent seemed powerful, but he had another preference. Besides, there was no evidence that the changeling had his best interests at heart. Perhaps he wanted to manipulate him? It was hard to ask the question head-on, as the monster in front of him seemed more than capable of easily killing him. Priam was reluctant to trust him. This talent looks powerful. But I think I prefer Space Pocket. If the talent works the way I think it will, its synergy with my kinetic skill promises to be incredible. Maybe I can even evolve it, Priam replied. Beecher stared at Priam for a few seconds, before huffing. Your parents must have rocked you too close to the wall. I see you don't understand the undertones, so I'll clarify, he sighed. Space Pocket is an excellent skill. It would synergize with your kinetic skill, because a space pocket only has 3 dimensions, so time is suspended. But since the skill is upgradable, you'll have to be static and concentrate for a while to access this pocket and select the item you want. Used properly, it can be devastating and versatile. It is the skill I would recommend to my children. But if you think you're going to turn it into a space capable of storing life and possibly a home for your family, you're wrong. You're looking for a space seed, and that's the reward for a much harder wave. What? Is it possible to create my own world? Asked Priam abruptly. Beecher smiled. Yes, it is possible. But it's extremely rare. It's the privilege of Tier 5. If you want to do it before that, you'll need unique resources or mythic rank skills, the changeling explained. I see you're interested in the reward. I'll give you a tip then. There will be more reunions, but the Colosseum rewards change. Defeating Wave 30 in a first reunion is an impressive feat. Defeating Wave 30 in the second reunion is still very honorable, but many humans will make it. That's why you need to give it your best shot. Space Pocket is an excellent skill that synergizes with your kinetic skill. But you are a lunar baron. Priam smiled as he noted the use of the word but. He looked up at the dark sky. The stars shone behind the barrier, and he remembered he was on the moon. In this new world, having a world of your own was possible. Did that mean that? If I get the space seed, if I create a space inside me, will it be possible to house my family in it to bring them back to my world? Asked Priam hopefully. Beecher's look became complicated. After a few seconds of silence, he answered, it's possible, but. The space seed only appears during the first reunion. It is the reward of Wave 50. The boss is a high-level count. If you improve a lot, select the right rewards, and spend all your potential, you can eventually overcome Wave 40. Maybe 45. But the Wave 50 boss has a half-domain. Right now, I don't see how you can even touch him. Also, I'm assuming you'll have survived your tribulations. Nothing is less certain. Priam took a deep breath. He finally had a goal. A way to save his family without waiting decades to escape Elysium. His eyes brightened. Wave 50. I will defeat the boss at the end of the reunion or die trying. Before that, he would have to find his family. Priam exhaled. He was suddenly under a lot of pressure. There was a clear goal in sight. He could save his family. To do that, he had to become as strong as possible. He refocused on the prize. He would find out about the tribulations and the domains later. Beecher wanted to make him think. Priam summoned his mist. His title had unlocked this particular skill, and its epic rank seemed too high for its performance. I must have missed something. Trees of Merit. Each new title opens a new Tree of Merit and allows you to upgrade a Tree of Merit once. Upgrading a Tree of Merit to Tier 9 uses 10 titles and thus condemns 9 other trees. Be careful which trees you upgrade. Heartless, Tier 0, once a day, your heart regenerates instantly. Brainless, Tier 3, locked. Requires a silver title. Quester, Silver, Tier 0, your instincts are sharpening. Pseudo-Phoenix, Tier 0, your affinity for flames allows you to manipulate uncontrolled fires. Axolotl or Hydra? Tier 1, you can now regenerate your limbs faster. Hermes Apprentice, Tier 0, Future Messenger, you are temporarily accepted by traveling to other worlds than Elysium. Moon Baron, Tier 0, you are getting familiar with the mist. Upgrader, Tier 0, you begin to feel the ethereal workings of your skills. Forerunner, Silver, Tier 0, your meta, chance, increases temporarily when you work on a project capable of improving the standing of humanity. To the Moon, Tier 0, Bullet Time is automatically triggered when you are in danger of death. 6 unused merit points. The Moon Baron merit would make him familiar with the mist. Beecher implied that the merit would synergize with his new talent. If this is the case, what could this synergy be? Beecher waited patiently for Priam to think. Priam had to come to a conclusion on his own. He would not trust his findings if they were too influenced by Beecher. Both men knew that Priam did not trust the changeling. After Claire's betrayal, he now knew that most people he would meet would want something from him. Until he knew Beecher's motives, he would be wary. After a few minutes, Priam had a few ideas. He preferred Space Pocket for now, but if these ideas were feasible, that changed a lot. I'm not fully exploiting my new skill, Priam asserted. Perhaps I can attack with it by condensing the mist enough? I could also change its state and increase its pressure until it condenses. But that has nothing to do with my spear. You're implying a synergy between my mist and my weapon. I suppose there's a way to get my weapon back after I throw it away, he theorized. Beecher smiled without saying a word and let Priam continue. For this, I can spend my potential to modify my skill. But I could also directly create a new skill, which would certainly be cheaper unless the synergy goes further. In my control area. Maybe I could merge my bound weapon and the mist? If it's possible, I could make it reappear in my hand after throwing it. If I go further, it might be possible to materialize my weapon anywhere in my area, continued Priam. He watched the mist ripple at his feet. There was a massive gap between his assumptions and the current reality. But I'm nowhere near that right now. I'd like this style of fighting, but the cost and potential must be prohibitive, Priam finished, clenching his jaw. He could already see himself teleporting his spear around and attacking an enemy from his blind spots. He would be invisible in his area by visually and magically obscuring his mist. He had many other ideas, but didn't have an unlimited supply of potential. Without it, all this talk would remain just words. Beecher spoke again as he saw Priam lower his arms. I think you are forgetting something. You have a title, its merit, and a skill linked. Their synergy is incredible. The simplest descriptions often hide great potential. Your merit would drastically lower the cost and potential of this kind of modification. Well, potential isn't the most valuable resource for nothing, Beecher said mysteriously. He looked up at the sky for a moment. One last piece of advice. Your skill is a novelty. It means that in the wide world, no one will be able to counter you easily. Whatever skill you choose, don't forget your mist, he added. The announcement had the effect of a whiplash on Priam. You mean to tell me that with my potential, I can change my merit trees? If that was the case, then that changed everything. He could modify the trees to fit his build completely. He no longer needed to accumulate merit points and could now decide on a path. You can do a lot of things. I've already said too much. You have no faction, so you have no help. That puts you at a disadvantage, because you miss out on crucial information. But at the same time, you don't fall into certain traps. Do you really think a faction wanting to dominate humans would give great secrets to some of them? No way. Make your own choices, Priam. Check every piece of information you get. Find synergies never imagined. The path to the zenith is not clear, Beecher advised. Priam nodded. It seemed evident that a faction seeking to dominate humanity would not give too much information to traitors. The traitors would be trapped to limit their future, thus limiting revolt risk. Thank you, said Priam. Whatever Beecher's motivations, Beecher had shown him that he needed to expand his imagination. The path to the zenith wasn't just about improving his skills and attributes. Glad to see the youth are staying polite. I enjoyed the fight and would love to see you back here. Nevertheless, if you continue to be obtuse, you will die, Priam. In fact, you'll probably die. You've started a double tribulation. You don't understand the horror of a tribulation. I've said all I have to say. I'll let you think about the rest, and I hope you'll surprise me. New gladiators are coming, and I have to deal with them. See you next time, kid, he added as he turned away. Priam swallowed. The tribulations were coming, and he wasn't ready. Can you tell me more about the tribulations? He shouted. Beecher had already moved away, and the wind brought his answer to Priam. He heard the changeling as if he were beside him. No. I work for the 7 concepts. I get rewarded if you perform exceptionally well in this Colosseum, he replied, pointing to the arena surrounding them. But at the same time, I can't answer that kind of question. It is the system's ultimate test, and I will be punished if I interfere. But she will be able to answer some questions. She? I gave you my crystal and a Baron's core. For your reward, I'll give you half an hour to choose. Good luck with the tribulations. With that, Beecher disappeared. Priam opened his hand and looked at the Baron core. Beecher paid his seat, so the core. Priam looked up and scanned the stands. On his right, he noticed a young woman in a private gallery. She waved at him and then stood up and pointed behind her. He needed answers and had barely 2 days to prepare before his double tribulation. But before that, I must change my merit trees and skills. It's time to change my fighting style. I've been saving my potential, time to spend it. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 86. Constitution 103. Agility 116. Vitality 164. Perception 156. Mental. Vivacity 132. Dexterity 107. Memory 33. Willpower 69. Charisma 80. Meta. Meta affinity 71. Meta focus 56. Meta endurance 1. Meta chance 40. Potential 620. Tier 0. Priam began by opening his Tree of Merit. Trees of Merit. Each new title opens a new Tree of Merit and allows you to upgrade a Tree of Merit once. Upgrading a Tree of Merit to Tier 9 uses 10 titles and thus condemns 9 other trees. Be careful which trees you upgrade. Heartless, Tier 0, once a day, your heart regenerates instantly. Brainless, Tier 3, locked. Requires a silver title. Quester, Silver, Tier 0, your instincts are sharpening. Pseudo-Phoenix, Tier 0, your affinity for flames allows you to manipulate uncontrolled fires. Axolotl or Hydra? Tier 1, you can now regenerate your limbs faster. Hermes Apprentice, Tier 0, Future Messenger, you are temporarily accepted by traveling to other worlds than Elysium. Moon Baron, Tier 0, you are getting familiar with the mist. Upgrader, Tier 0, you begin to feel the ethereal workings of your skills. Forerunner, Silver, Tier 0, your meta, chance, increases temporarily when you work on a project capable of improving the standing of humanity. To the Moon, Tier 0, bullet time is automatically triggered when you are in danger of death. 6 unused merit points. He had 6 points to spend, and some trees interested him more than others. First, Axolotl or Hydra? S merit had incredible potential, but was only moderately interesting in Tier 1. Priam could get his limbs back once a day by resurrecting. Even with 1,000 points of vitality, and the Tier 1 of this merit, he wouldn't regenerate a leg in less than a day. However, he wanted to become more resistant and restore his body more quickly. Priam had been thinking. If each tier was more potent than the previous one, he should favor completing one tree. Spreading his merit points over several trees might be better in the short term, but not in the long term. The important thing was to get to the top tiers as quickly as possible. To do this, he had to focus on titles he could easily upgrade. Indeed, the bronze rank titles did not allow him to unlock more than their 3rd merit. He had to upgrade them to the next rank silver as he had done with Quester. With He Who Eludes Death, he was pretty sure he could upgrade Axolotl or Hydra. What better way to improve a regeneration-based title than to injure his body as much as possible before regenerating by resurrecting? Only, the merit was not synergizing with his resurrection skill. He needed to change that to progress faster. He connected to his potential and touched the merit. He had to be quick, every second filled his head with ideas and consumed the precious resource. Bullet time, he declared. The world slowed down and Priam's brain sped up. If the potential was related to the time spent under its influence, he might as well think faster. Priam did not communicate his desire to the merit. Imperious, so connected to the concepts, he was no longer a man. He was a god. He ordered Merit to submit and evolve. Axolotl or Hydra? Tier 1, you can now regenerate your limbs faster. Transformation due to the use of potential. New Merit. Axolotl or Hydra? Tier 1, the Tier 0 Merit synergizes with all resurrections, recreations, regenerations, and other means of restoring your body to its optimal state. Pot-80. Priam validated the Merit. Tier 1 now allowed him to benefit from the synergy between his title, Humanity Adapts, and He Who Eludes Death. The next time he resurrected, his stats and resistance increases would be impressive. His vivacity informed him in real time of the loss of his potential, and Priam hurried. He had no time to lose. The resource was too valuable to be so easily wasted. He consulted the following Merit. Axolotl or Hydra? Tier 2, when your body is in perfect health, your vitality accumulates. The subsequent injury you receive will be healed all the faster because your vitality has accumulated. The tier seemed excellent but lacked synergy with He Who Eludes Death. Also, despite using potential, he didn't know how fast his vitality could accumulate. If he waited a week, could he instantly regenerate a lost limb? Priam didn't plan to survive a week. He planned to die every day to maximize his growth. If I can synergize this tier with my resurrection, it might be interesting. Under the epiphany of his potential, he understood that the more drastic the modification of his merits, the higher the cost in potential. The first merit had cost 80 points of potential because it was different from the primary merit. Fortunately, Priam had chosen a merit close to his title's objective and thus limited the consumption of potential. But he did not have an unlimited amount of potential. His next modification should be more refined, closer to the original merit. Without missing a beat, Priam focused on his other trees of merit. He began touching them one by one to learn about the trees. All were excellent, but Priam immediately realized that some would help him less than others, depending on his goals. There were a myriad of different ways to reach the zenith and the 8th throne. But not all were for him. He had to choose a path that he could walk to the end. However, these trees gave him ideas, and thanks to his potential, Priam quickly reflected on his motivations and understood himself. He had always enjoyed optimizing his characters in video games, but this was now his real life. He couldn't afford to get lost. He had to choose a martial path because, unfortunately, it was the only one that would ensure that he would retain his freedom and gain the power to protect his family and his ideals. For this, many offensive builds attracted him. Strengthening his body to become an immortal juggernaut. Becoming a shadow to silently assassinate his enemies as soon as they let their guard down. Sending devastating spears to annihilate his opponents from beyond the horizon. Preparing rituals, summoning elementals, imprisoning consciousnesses in their dreams, creating and feeding stars, drowning minds in a flood of false memories, manipulating probabilities to cause death. Each of these paths could take him far, but they were not for him. But there was no reason why they couldn't become his tools. He would use anything to achieve his ends. Poisons, spears, rituals, domains, energies, information. Everything would be helpful. Once again, Priam realized that he wanted to be free. He wanted to be the thief who could penetrate any fortress unseen. The warrior whose arrival made dragons tremble. The guardian who could protect his possessions and his loved ones. The mage who delved the depths of the arcane. A jack of all trades, master of all. Claire had taught him that some would betray him. The 8th throne was not a bench. Only one pair of buttocks would rest on it and they would be his. LVL up, bullet time, LVL 2. Perk +3. Pot -10. For that, I have to be the best at everything. Go big or go home, Priam announced. He had made his decision. He needed to look ahead. He collected the rewards offered for the 20th wave. Potential, creation of a talent. Bound weapon, potential cost, 350. Eidetic memory, potential cost, 2563. I choose eidetic memory as my reward, Priam confirmed. The choice was not insignificant. The system had been abruptly introduced. Little explanation had been given, and Priam had spent part of the last 10 days pondering its attributes, their meaning, and the other laws of the system. This new world was a game, and the best way to win was not to play by the rules. An absurd number of living beings lived in this universe, and in many eons, none had reached the 8th throne. If I want to become the best, I must cheat. To cheat, you have to know the rules. Some of the potential Priam had spent in the last minute had told him how useful memory was. At first glance, the attribute seemed to be of little use, but it was crucial. Priam's life expectancy was increasing, and it seemed unlikely that he would ever die of old age. His vivacity and the changes in his mind were constantly giving him more and more knowledge to retain. His perception and dexterity also gave him information about his environment, and his RAM had to keep up. Receiving all the information in the universe was pointless if you couldn't process and store it. Priam received this information with perception and dexterity. He examined it and used it with vivacity and his mind. But his memory was the weak link in his processing chain. Without the ability to store information, all his other attributes were limited. Eidetic memory solved some of these problems. Priam would still have to find a way to increase his memory or upgrade his skill, but he was no longer in danger of losing momentum in his progression, held back by his miserable memory. Reward received, eidetic memory. Synergy with brainless detected. Eidetic memory, you used to have a poor memory. A simple shelf to store the sum of your knowledge. Your mental space now has a vast library of information storage, half organic, half spiritual. Your memory is directly connected to your mind, and the loss of your brain will no longer result in the loss of memories. You can now access all your knowledge at any time. The description didn't seem heaven-defying, but Priam could immediately feel the difference. The information processing was much smoother and his thoughts had become clearer, even though he was already using his potential. The talent synergized with all of his titles and skills. All of his memories were dredged up, and Priam soon recalled all of his classes and learning. It would only take him one afternoon to crystallize all his knowledge into skills and recover hundreds of potential points. To create his future skills, Priam would pay the actual price, no extra tax, for his forgotten knowledge. Jackpot. Pot -10. But Priam paused for a moment in his analysis of the merits. His new talent allowed him to review every decision he had made in his life and spot inconsistencies. Some were understandable. When he was 17, he talked to his crush until 3 in the morning, when he had an exam the next day. Hormones could explain his foolish behavior. However, after arriving in Elysium, he consumed a deadly flower when he was sure he would die from it. He could have continued to search for a watering hole or used his scientific skills. He was able to separate water from the sap of a tree by evaporation using a fire before recondensing that water onto leaves. He had advanced scientific and practical ability but preferred to swallow an unknown flower without even waiting several minutes between his various tests. His reaction was incomprehensible and could not be explained by simple fatigue. Even thirsty, Priam would not have drunk sea water except as a last resort. So why consume this flower? I was manipulated. Something to watch out for when I get back to Elysium. LVL up, bullet time, LVL 3. Perk +3. Priam refocused on his merits. His potential was dwindling. Moon Baron, Tier 0, you are getting familiar with the mist. The potential that metaphorically coursed through Priam's veins gave him information about this merit. Generally speaking, it was a prerequisite for improving the rest of the tiers in this tree. In addition, the merit would bring Priam closer to evolving his Moon Mist skill while reducing the cost and potential. In short, it wasn't a merit that would make Priam much stronger, but the dividends of this choice would more than make up for it. Priam selected the merit. Moon Baron, Tier 0, acquired. Priam could feel the difference immediately. His haze seemed easier to control. He realized he was beginning to detect traces of water vapor in the atmosphere. With more perception, he could certainly spot someone close to him without using his skill. With his new familiarity with his mist, his skill was interesting even when passive. Another advantage was the cost and range of his skill. So far, Priam had never reached his power limits, but filling the arena with mist had consumed about half of his ether tank. That was without even densifying his mist. One of his ideas was to make his mist dense enough to make it more opaque, even liquid or solid. If he could create ice spears and throw them at these enemies from any part of his mist, he could instantly attack several points. His range had also increased, and he felt he already knew his skill better. Without doing anything, just by summoning and wielding his mist, Moon Mist already seemed to show signs of increasing level. Priam consulted the next tier. Moon Baron, Tier 1, the mist hides you. You are one of its own, Mistwalker. Priam bought the merit. Hiding had been the focus of his build since Elysium. It was handy for dodging enemy attacks, losing multiple attackers simultaneously, and entering forbidden places. Moon Baron, Tier 1, acquired. The young man's presence diminished. He was still there, fully visible to human senses if they could pierce the opaque haze. But to an overly confident seeker, the young man would be a ghost. To an ether-based sensing skill, the young man no longer existed. He was Mist. Moon Baron, Tier 2, the Mist helps you. You begin your adventure, Mist Rider. Priam opened his eyes. A frantic joy was filling him. It was what Priam was looking for. He bought the merit, and suddenly felt the mist asking him a question. Priam closed his eyes and felt the fog as an extension of his body. He was near the edge of the arena, and mentally he let his mind explore his mist to the center of the arena. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and rode the mist. Moon Baron, Tier 2, acquired. 2 unused merit points. LVL up, Moon Mist, LVL 8, 9. Perk plus 8. Char plus 4. Meta, AFFI, plus 6. Pot minus 22. Opening his eyes, Priam smiled. He was in the center of the arena. He could now travel through its mist. Or rather, ride it. Instinctively, Priam knew that where his mist was, so was he. Well, almost. The trip had been instantaneous, but Priam's ether reserves had been impacted. He had used nearly a quarter of his reserves to make the trip. Moreover, Priam accomplished this feat on the first try because he used his potential. Without this resource, he knew he would have to train hard to do this kind of feat so easily and quickly. Finally, Priam felt he needed to rest his body. Despite the potential, riding the mist and using bullet time is not good. My last throw depleted my body and my ether ducts. Or is it passages? Meridians? Always more questions, Priam grinned. He refocused. Moon Baron, Tier 3, locked. Requires a silver title. Priam knew that Moon Baron's merit synergized exceptionally well with his intentions. Defense, perception, camouflage and now movement. Moon Mist covered all of his needs except attack. But maybe not for long. Potential, creation of a talent. Bound weapon, potential cost, 310. Already, 40 points saved. I made the right choice. Creation. His connection to the concepts intensified. With his new talent and his previous experiences, Priam was ready. A supernatural force took hold of the spear in his hand and the weapon flew away. A flash of lightning fell from the sky, illuminating Priam's vision. A second later, he opened his eyes to see a new weapon. The spear was no longer hoplite, and it wished to be his. The tip was just 10 centimeters from his forehead and Priam breathed in. If he was going to bond with his spear, he had to trust it. He nodded mentally, and the weapon leapt forward, piercing his skull. 5 minutes later, Priam left the arena. Behind him, the empty stands awaited a new match. The warrior stood erect, his clothes laced and a gleaming spear in his hand. A few hours ago, an observer would have described Priam as a muscular young man armed with a spear. Now, the same observer would naturally have referred to a master spearman. This observer would have been wrong. Priam was not a master spearman. Not yet. As he reached the second-floor lobby, Priam's green eyes focused on an armed group. The mercenaries turned to the newcomer before shuddering as they noticed the wisps of mist dancing within Priam's irises. Hey. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 86. Constitution 103. Agility 116. Vitality 164. Perception 176. Mental. Vivacity 132. Dexterity 107. Memory 33. Willpower 69. Charisma 84. Meta. Meta Affinity 77. Meta Focus 56. Meta Endurance 1. Meta Chance 40. Potential 198. Tier 0. The man approached them. He looked young, but Kenzo didn't want to think that way. The Baron was dangerous. Kenzo could feel it when the man was more than 50 meters away. To call him young would have reduced the man's level of danger in his mind. That would have been a big mistake. Looking at the man, his spear, the passive mist that left a path in his wake, and his fluid movements, it was evident that the Baron was very dangerous. So, despite the young age of their interlocutor, Kenzo was on the lookout for any sign of attack. The mercenaries had gathered all available information about the Baron. Kenzo regretted the money wasted on hazardous divinations. He seemed to have already developed a resistance to it. The best approaches had been more direct, and they had paid a fortune to an information salesman named TJ to find out the contents of their conversation. But it was worth it. According to their research, Baron Priam Azura was a human with a good head on his shoulders. Power didn't seem to have gone to his head yet. More importantly, he was free. No faction appeared to have any connection with him. The mercenaries had 3 hypotheses about this supposed freedom. First, Priam was really free. It was unlikely, given his results, titles, achievement, and the fact that he had just passed the 20th wave of the Colosseum, which confirmed his place as a champion of humanity. They had no information on the Baron from before the tutorial, but it seemed unlikely that a human, no matter how well trained and knowledgeable, could have outdone the rest of humanity so much. Despite being one of the best human mercenaries, Kenzo barely defeated the 10th wave. Second, the Baron was linked to a powerful faction that forbade Priam from taking advantage of their notoriety. It was possible that a tier 7 or 8 monster was interested in the Baron. Unlikely, but possible. Priam could be put to the test by his master. Without outside help, he had to prove himself worthy of that interest by performing at this reunion. Third, the Baron had joined a forbidden faction. That was a terrible possibility, but it should not be dismissed. If that was the case, he was probably hiding his membership in such a cult to avoid being shot by an alliance. Some factions drew power from dark acts and rituals. Their moral compasses mattered little to the concepts. They were very neutral entities and accepted all paths and ambitions. But some factions had been banned and banished by others after they had angered too many powerhouses. However, the limits of acceptability were wide. Sacrificing entire planets was accepted. However, they belonged to a faction, and to target the wrong one was to insult a faction. Wars broke out, and the losers had to flee or die. Other actions were more dangerous. Depleting the ether density of a supercontinent by siphoning off its sources could greatly annoy that continent's kingdoms, guilds, and clans. Finally, certain acts were taboo. To reveal the secrets of a faction was complicated, but some tried. A few million years earlier, a Tier 9 had caught another spirit in the body of her newborn child. An entire galaxy disappeared within minutes, and this Tier 9 had since vowed to hunt down anyone stupid enough to try that kind of experiment. To the mercenaries' knowledge, no one has done it since. Escaping from a determined Tier 9 was simply impossible. Since then, reincarnating members of one faction into the fetuses of future children of another faction was an example of a forbidden act. No one speaks, but me. Kenzo straightened up as he heard Maya's announcement. The mercenary captain took her role seriously and was respected. Less than a week after the end of their tutorial had passed, but the mercenary had already formed his opinion. His captain had a keen eye, and he could trust her judgment. He was now focusing on his duty, to protect her. Even if against this monster, I would only win her a few moments. Erosion resistance rare, the passage of ether through the meridians, the channels that carry energy through your body, strengthens them over time. But like anything else, too much ether flow can damage your meridians. This phenomenon, called erosion, can be irreversible if repeated. Your titles, perks, and merits synergize to create this rare resistance. Your channels strengthen faster and are more resistant to erosion. Continue to use your ether to increase your reserves and channeling abilities. Meta, end, +3. Priam smiled as he read his notification. Axolotl or Hydra was truly amazing. Priam had to keep 100 potential for mask and in case of emergency for his tribulation, but he was looking forward to modifying the Tier 2 merit. Until now, he suspected that his metaphysical attribute endurance allowed him to increase his ether reserves and use them more freely. Now he had proof of this. In practical terms, this meant that by increasing this attribute, he could absorb the kinetic energy of his enemies faster or create mist more quickly. He slowed as he came within a few meters of the mercenary group. 4 members faced him, 2 guards, the group leader, and his assistant. When he came within 3 meters of the group, the two guards took a step forward, hands on the handles of their weapons. Their intent was clear, and Priam stopped without taking offense. He had the skills to slaughter the group before him but understood that the guards were doing their job. Priam wanted a cordial relationship with the mercenaries. The mercenaries were one of the only neutral factions, and he had to avoid becoming their enemy at all costs. Becoming an ally would be fine, but he had no illusions. Right now, in this vast universe, he was nothing. But he could become something. Nice to meet you. My name is Priam, but I'm sure you already know that, Priam said, extending his hand. The young woman who had been watching his fight shook his hand and smiled. She must have been in her late 30s, but a happy, innocent smile made her look 10 years younger. Maybe she was wearing a mask, but the smile put Priam at ease. Nice to meet you, Priam. Or do you prefer Baron Priam? I say this without judgment, as some are offended when their title is forgotten. Did you know that some cultures would be offended by what they would take as false modesty if you didn't put your titles forward? Coughed her assistant. But it's true. If you're not arrogant, they don't respect you. I almost had to fight a hoplite when I said I wasn't a bad warrior. Those idiots don't understand the principle of an understatement, Maya barreled forward. Bah, you're boring. Anyway, I tend to digress. I have been given a talent that allows me to have parallel thoughts, and I always train it. It allows me to approach problems in many ways and give many orders simultaneously telepathically. That's why the mercenaries recruited me. But it is difficult to say several things at once with only one mouth, the young woman continued. But excuse me, I'll start again. My name is Maya, captain of the mercenaries. Maya spoke very quickly, and Priam found himself sympathizing. With his vivacity, he was thinking much faster than he was talking, and speaking now seemed like a slow exercise in communication. Even so, he had no intention of suggesting to Maya that she use telepathy. The memory of Anne's manipulation was still too vivid, and he didn't want anyone in his head until he increased his mental resistances. Analyzing Maya's words, Priam wondered. Did she mention telepathy on purpose to check my attitude to it? If she doesn't lie about her ability, she will analyze our conversation in real time. I'll have to be careful. No worries, I often get lost in my thoughts too. Between humans, I think we can forget the title, Priam smiled. He wanted to get closer to the mercenaries, and forcing them to talk to him like he was a noble wouldn't help. By the way, thanks for the Baron Core. I hope my performance wasn't disappointing. Not at all. Quite the opposite, I was impressed by your skills and the power of your last attack. I was originally interested in a spar, but changed my mind, laughed Maya. She praises my skills, but that's it. The rest is barely acceptable. I have some progress to make, using my body and fighting techniques. I'll be happy to accept if you change your mind, Priam replied politely. By the way, I heard the mercenaries have a base in the Colosseum. Maya took a step to the side. Indeed, it will be more comfortable than talking in the hall. If you'll follow me, Priam. LVL up, divination resistance, LVL 5. Meta, AFFI, +3. The Colosseum was larger on the inside than on the outside. The mercenaries had escorted Priam to an elevator. They had waited a few seconds before the door opened, opening the way to the mercenary HQ. Priam hadn't felt the elevator move and suspected the cabin hadn't moved. The door must have been a portal that automatically connected to the occupant's suite. If so, breaking into an apartment in the Colosseum was impossible, unless you had space skills. The mercenary HQ was a large suite decorated in the mercenary theme red and gold, for blood and riches. Their coat of arms was a sword with 2 cores set. Each mercenary wore this crest, and the core's color symbolized the warrior's military rank and tier. The suite was free, which interested Priam. Apparently, being a lunar baron offered the possibility to get one without paying. Beecher had forgotten to tell him about this detail. But this implied that one of the mercenaries was a baron. If I understand correctly, one of your members killed a baron alone, asked Priam. That's right. It wasn't easy, but I did it, Maya confirmed. Even though it took me almost 6 hours longer than it took you. What? Priam quickly turned to the young woman, who began to laugh. Priam, we are the mercenaries. I lead because I am the strongest and the fittest. If I were just the strongest, I would be the champion. If I were just the smartest, I would be the assistant. But I am the captain because I am both, she explained. Priam took a second to compose himself and nodded. The mercenaries were a super faction, and their captain had to be in the top 10 of humanity. With preparation, choosing the right baron, and rigorous training, it was possible she could have defeated a baron a few hours after him. But that meant his lead was not so comfortable. Congratulations then, Baron Maya, he smiled. Just Maya for now. I mentioned cultures that advocated arrogance, but it's the opposite for mercenaries. In our culture, asserting yourself as a baron requires surviving against a viscount. I saw your fight. Right now, I wouldn't survive more than 30 seconds against a viscount, Maya explained as she headed to the kitchen. Perhaps you are hungry? The Colosseum has a sizable amount of refreshments included with the suite, so you might as well take advantage of it. Priam's eyes lit up. The proposal tempted him. For a Frenchman, talking over a meal was a habit. Walking through the suite which, given its size, could have been considered royal, Priam met 3 other mercenaries who greeted them. There were undoubtedly many more on the moon, but those who were here had crossed over with the help of the portal. Even a faction as powerful as the mercenaries could not carry so many men and women. When Priam entered the kitchen, he found a long table covered with food. Meats and sauce, fruit salads, pastries, and a selection of cheese were there to delight his taste buds. There's also a full fridge. Handy for absorbing calories, but it's impossible to order a dish made of rare resources, Maya clarified. I've heard of dishes that allow you to gain characteristic points, can you believe it? The captain had eyes full of stars, and Priam understood why. If it were possible to become strong just by eating, humans would have a chance to dethrone the concepts. Even without that, the unlimited choice is still amazing, she resumed. Please, make yourself at home. Priam thanked her before taking a plate and sitting down. He hadn't eaten in a long time, and this activity reminded him he was human. The pleasure of eating was one of the only things he still had from his old life, and he intended to keep it. A few minutes later, Priam and the 4 mercenaries had finished devouring several dishes each. Their new metabolism required large amounts of energy. If Priam could cheat by resurrecting with full batteries, not everyone could. Eventually, he put down his cutlery. Thank you so much for the meal. It was delicious. Well, let's get to the heart of the matter. As you probably know, I recently arrived in the dome and was told you were looking for me. How can I help you? Asked Priam. He had many questions and certainly needed them more than the other way around. But he preferred to offer his help first, to appear friendly. It was harder to refuse to assist an altruist. Then it would be rude of them to refuse to answer his questions. Priam was sure that Maya would see through his ploy, but she could do nothing about it. The captain smiled. I was mostly curious about what the champion of humanity looked like, she said, downplaying Priam's proposal. You must have been very curious to spend a veritable fortune transporting so many mercenary members into this dome, Priam smiled. Maya seemed unwilling to give him too much bargaining power. Let's just say it wouldn't be the first time a bad champion ruined his civilization, Maya grimaced. The information alerted Priam. Really? I suppose my role is major if my decisions can impact all of humanity, Priam pretended to be concerned. If his role was necessary, he may have had more negotiating power than he thought. Priam was happy because Maya had just given him essential information. She couldn't know what he knew or didn't know, and it was complicated for her not to reveal information unknown to Priam. Not for the moment. However, if you survive long enough while keeping your lead. Maya smiled. Meaning, if I survive my tribulations. It's a low blow, but she's right. I'm not in a position of strength here. I have to persuade her to help me. I'm pretty hard to kill. We'll have a chance to discuss these decisions again, but know that I do not intend to sacrifice humanity for my personal power. I'm not a monster, Priam promised. But I won't sacrifice myself for humanity either. Any mercenary could potentially detect the truth, so Priam avoided lying. He wanted to convince Maya of the need to help him. But there was nothing to stop him from leaving out some facts. The mercenary nodded her head. I'm glad to hear that. If humanity's best warriors think as you do, we might have a chance, she added darkly. What do you mean? Asked Priam. Maya sighed and waved to her assistant. The latter put down a thigh, the only surviving piece of a chicken he had swallowed in a few bites, and spoke. The reunion is a joint event of the concepts. A sort of continuation of the tutorial, which will allow civilizations to find each other and come out on top. Or fall apart. To test our civilization, the system introduces a threat. Different for each civilization, it aims to destroy humanity. Not necessarily to kill humans, but rather to divide us enough that the remnants of our society are absorbed by other kingdoms, guilds, and factions of all kinds, he explained. Priam gritted his teeth. The assistant was talking about the revenants, and the thought of Claire, and Albin wandering around turned his stomach. If only he could run into them again. Do you have any information about this threat? He asked. That would be perfect if they could trade his information for knowledge about the tribulations. Not enough. By divination, we know that the current threat is human and that you have made contact with it. Priam turned back to Maya. And you wanted to make sure the first Baron wouldn't betray humanity by allying himself with the threat, he said. Indeed. Otherwise, I would have done everything possible to kill you, Maya confirmed. He looked at her for a few moments before nodding. I understand. I would have done the same. But I can only give you my word that I'm not part of the threat, he said, looking Maya in the eye. The captain stared at him, and Priam returned her gaze. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the slight nod of one of the guards. His peripheral vision was sensitive to movement, and he smiled as he confirmed that one of the guards had the power to detect lies. Of course, Maya might have telepathically communicated the gesture to her guard, knowing Priam would see it. Planting the idea that lying was impossible was still smart, and Priam had no way of knowing if it was true. But that didn't matter, because the young man planned to use the truth as a weapon. Getting out of a lie was complicated, and he still had nothing to hide. It is true, however, that I have had dealings with them. I suppose they avoid you like the plague, but they were not wary of me until I killed a baron. After that, it was too late, but I did question them before entering the dome. Priam dangled that tidbit in front of Maya and hoped she would bite. Yeah. In exchange, I assume you want information about the tribulations? Maya replied with a smile. Priam carefully kept himself from gritting his teeth this time. He was trapped. By answering yes, he would confirm he had no faction behind him. Maya would know that he would be forced to do anything to get it. She could then ask for a substantial service, and Priam would be forced to accept or ask Mercury. But a merchant might ask him for much more. Unfortunately, Priam could not answer no. He needed to know what the tribulations had in store for him and how to defeat them. Checkmate. Now it's time to find out if the mercenaries are as honest as rumored. I'll be honest, my tribulation is coming up. We all need to destroy this threat to save our loved ones. I know the location of their headquarters. I know some officers, one of whom is in this dome right now. I can help you defeat them. I offer my help in good faith, because I have sworn to destroy them. I want this day to be the beginning of a collaboration between us. Help me today, and I will help you tomorrow, Priam offered. Faced with Maya's pointed question, he was forced to reveal his cards. Do we have a deal? Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 86. Constitution 103. Agility 116. Vitality 164. Perception 176. Mental. Vivacity 132. Dexterity 107. Memory 33. Willpower 69. Charisma 84. Meta. Meta affinity 80. Meta focus 56. Meta endurance 4. Meta chance 40. Potential 202. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, 0, reloaded in 2 hours 38 minutes and 12 seconds. I gladly accept, Maya replied. I hope you will remember this in the future. Priam wanted to sigh with relief. He had held his breath without realizing it. Maya had decided to bet on him. It was the smartest move, because the mercenary would win either way. If he survived his double tribulation, his lead would be even more significant, and he would be on good terms with the mercenaries. Maya would therefore gain an ally in the upcoming meetings. If he failed, she would have received information about the threat for free. Priam was in vital need of this information and was in no position to choose. He started as a loser and got the best deal possible. Maya had deemed him an acceptable champion for humanity. Of course, it was not impossible that this choice was motivated by the desire to get a powerful political ally. Priam intended to keep his word. It was much easier to socialize when people believed in your word. To betray your word once was to alert all your allies. Priam looked into Maya's eyes for a few seconds, before nodding appreciatively. "Thank you very much, I'll remember that," he promised. "But words are of little value without actions, so to honor my part of the bargain, here's what I know," he said, turning to the assistant who had picked up a notebook and pen. Priam began to relate his experience with the Revenants. He told them of his theories and his intention to attack Viracocha. "I see. It's annoying because they've linked up with a powerful faction. The cult of the Revenants is a religion led by Viracocha, a god who loves sacrifice. It is not a banned faction, but it is rather demonic. Viracocha must have asked the system to help integrate new civilizations. These things happen. Still, with this faction's support and the system's help, they are more dangerous than expected," Maya analyzed. "It's a good idea for you to go there, but we won't be able to help you. The portal tax has ruined me. As Baron, I could go with you for free, but I must stay with the mercenaries." Priam raised an eyebrow. Despite the neutrality of the mercenaries, Maya was forced to put her faction ahead of the rest of humanity. Maybe helping Priam was a roundabout way to protect humanity. Priam excused her. "Don't worry, I'm happy to go alone. It will increase my reward. On the other hand, I'll leave you to search for Claire." "No worries. It's not our specialty, but I have contacts who can track her down. We'll interview her." "Maybe you want us to let you know when we find her?" asked Maya as she sorted through some pastries before her. Priam remained impassive. He knew this was another test. Was he filled with resentment and ideas of revenge? Did he want to torture Claire? Maya wanted to know the answers to these questions. With pensive eyes, looking out the window at the city still awake, he took a second to ask himself the question calmly. If Claire were brought to him now, he would kill her. But would he enjoy torturing her if he had to interrogate her first? He plunged into the heart of his spirit and looked at the reflection of his soul in the mirror of the soul. It was giving him a bored look. Claire had to die, it was obvious. But he had no intention of torturing her. In his life, he only saw Claire as a secondary character. Not significant enough to be hated. He would remember the lesson, not the teacher. "Not really," he replied, looking at Maya. "If I run into her again, I'll kill her quickly. I'm not a sadist. She deserves death, but I don't plan on torturing her, if that's your question. I have other things to do. Not to mention that in this new world, torturing someone increases their resistance. I won't let her escape like a villain in a bad movie." Maya nodded before grabbing a raspberry tart. She began to remove the fruit one by one. "I like pastry cream," she justified herself when she saw the incomprehension in Priam's eyes. "Let's talk about your tribulations, Priam. If I have to summarize things, you're in deep shit." "Excuse me?" replied Priam. Maya looked so innocent that her vocabulary shocked him at least as much as the sentence. "You heard right. You've triggered 2 tribulations. I'll try to contextualize it for you to understand. Tribulations are known to everyone in this new universe. Parents scare their children with stories about tribulations coming to abduct them. But they are real. The system gives us the means to become strong. Impossibly strong. But while the concepts give us the ability to get to the top, the path to the top is getting steeper and steeper." "It's not even sure the end of the road exists," interrupted her assistant. "True," exclaimed Maya. "Eons have passed, and no one has reached the top yet. Except for the 7 concepts, but they were born that way, so it doesn't really matter. While there is life, there is hope." Maya stopped talking for a few moments. After about 10 seconds, as the silence grew heavy, she turned to her assistant. "Where was I?" "You contextualized tribulations, Captain," the assistant replied. The exchange seemed natural, and Priam mused that Maya must not have invested much in her memory. "Yeah. So, tribulations are a method used by the concepts to test whether you are worthy of your powers," she continued. "They want to push us to excel. There are other methods, of course, but they are less direct. For example, you may have noticed that the higher the skill level, the harder it is to increase it. The attributes can't increase forever. You have to find other skills to increase and diversify," Maya explained while licking her tartlet. Priam shrugged. He hadn't noticed a significant drop in the rate of increase of his skills yet. He wasn't worried about the future. Elysium was so full of ether that this was less of a problem for him. This is one of the safeguards for the system, not to have people increase their vitality infinitely and therefore their life expectancy. If everyone could live 1,000 years, then worlds would be overpopulated, resources would be plundered, and the goal of the concepts would not be met. Tribulations are a more brutal safeguard. When someone reaches a plateau, the concepts test the person to ensure that the resources consumed have been used up. Priam frowned. This contradicted what he knew about the concepts. Why? Concepts are omnipotent, right? How can they run out of resources? Interrupted Priam. Omnipotent within the confines of their universe, Maya clarified. She pointed to her assistant's notebook with a cream-covered finger. Imagine if they were given all the alphabet letters except one. They could create words, put sentences together, and write books endlessly. But without the last letter, they will always be missing something. Currently, they are forced to paraphrase or steal from other universes to get that letter. But it's not theirs. Priam clapped his hands and completed. But if one of us becomes the 8th concept, then our essence will complete this world and unlock the last letter. Their universe will be complete. The 7 capture elements outside their universe, because while one universe cannot become perfect alone, 2 can. Exactly, smiled Maya. My theory is that the letter missing from our universe was the ability for living things to interact with the ether. The letter they are missing. I guess it will depend on the 8th concept. In any case, the concepts are forced to import some rare resources from other universes. So they are limited. Priam smiled. He liked to learn things, and understanding the precise reason for the concept's invasion allowed him to theorize about the system. He almost asked another question, but then thought better of it. It could wait. He was here to survive his tribulations. Thanks for setting the context, but I need some practical information. A history class isn't going to help me, Priam reminded. As Maya opened her mouth to answer, her assistant cut her off. Tribulations are a barrier to prevent a person from staying in Tier 0 indefinitely without taking risks while accumulating attributes, skills, and titles, he summarized. The concepts test through these tribulations the talent and choices of the users. It's a kind of natural selection. Tribulations come in many forms, but it is advisable to provoke some before attempting to evolve to Tier 1. The assistant paused before looking at Maya. The rest of the information was valuable, and he didn't know which to reveal. His captain was scowling, unhappy that she had missed an opportunity to talk. Priam took the opportunity to hand Maya another tartlet. His attempt at bribery was pitiful, but he had noticed that Maya liked to talk. All he had to do was give her the opportunity, and interesting information would naturally come out. Stay in Tier 0 as long as possible, Maya advised between bites. Some actions are considered impressive and deserve rewards, titles, achievements, etc. But at Tier 1, these actions are not so impressive anymore, and the reward is inferior, she declared, waving a finger full of cream to support her point. Some of Priam's attention slowly drifted to the creamy finger before refocusing on his interviewee. If I have to find a close example, you killed a baron alone, and that impressive action was rewarded by the concepts. You showed them something new, a combination of actions, choices, and potential, called Priam. That's why the concepts created the system. At least, that's the most common theory. But what if you had been Tier 1? You wouldn't have gained a title. Priam gently pushed a lemon tart towards Maya, the raspberry ones had been finished. What do these tribulations consist of? He asked. They are different for everyone. Summoning an enforcer, often in the form of a monster, certain plagues of Egypt, destructive lightning, illusions, battle royale with 100 other people going through a tribulation, etc. It is almost impossible to prepare for it. If you take refuge underground to escape lightning, a monster will appear, you will be teleported to the center of a battle, or an illusion will attack you. In any case, heed this advice, never combine 2 tribulations. Statistically, less than 1% survive a single tribulation. Priam was petrified. Less than 1% chance of survival? Maya waited for the young man to collect himself before continuing. Second piece of advice, no tribulation is easy, Maya warned. If you resist a divine lightning bolt for your first tribulation, the system will teleport you to a battlefield for the second. That's why a double tribulation like you unleashed is so dangerous. As they are simultaneous. The second tribulation may hinder the solution of the first, Priam finished. Exactly. While an illusion keeps you from moving for hours, you'll be vulnerable to the second tribulation. A divine enforcer could appear and kill you while you're entangled in the illusion. Shit. It's not just math anymore. 2 tribulations with 1% survival each don't mean 0.01% survival. It's much less. Priam was aware of the problem that was coming. Even with his extra life, he was in danger if his 2 tribulations were incompatible. He took a breath to think. All was not lost. He had several ideas to get out of it. He couldn't die now. He would become the 8th concept. He was immortal, and even the system had recognized that when it gave him his first talent. Priam straightened up and looked at Maya, his eyes clear. This was the mindset he needed to keep. You had to believe in yourself to rise in any world. Moreover, deep in his consciousness, he had an idea. Eidetic memory and his vivacity were synergizing to find a method of survival. If he considered all of his abilities, he had an ace up his sleeve. I will survive, Priam announced, his eyes clear. He was sure of it. I hope so, Maya smiled. Now, here's my advice. A tribulation marks you the moment you trigger it. The system tailors the tribulation to who you were when it was triggered, not who you are when it arrives. If a seer were present, they could give clues about your future tribulation. You would then have 3 days, 72 hours, to prepare yourself. The assistant's hand trembled as Maya was in the process of revealing confidential information. If I knew my tribulation would be a divine lightning bolt, then I could spend 72 hours increasing my lightning resistance, asked Priam. Exactly. Unfortunately, humanity doesn't have any seers powerful enough for that yet. But you can train yourself to become better holistically. If you double your attributes in a few days and increase your skills, you will have a chance. If increasing your attributes could trigger another tribulation, work on your domain, mastery, or micro. Your attributes mean nothing if you don't know how to use them. Worse, the system will expect you to have started working on the different stages of the body completion. Finally, the items you find yourself or trade with your own resources can be used to resist a tribulation, Maya said. Priam looked at Maya sideways. Maya. You're advising me to get stronger without triggering a third tribulation. Is that why I traded all my information about the revenants? He said in a cold voice. The 2 mercenary guards stopped eating and looked at Priam with nasty looks. Priam did not give them a glance. He was looking for helpful information and had only received a history lesson. What did you think? Maya kept her composure. Priam was pissed, and considering the sword of Damocles over his head, she didn't hold it against him. That I was going to reveal a magic formula to dispel the bad tribulation? I gave you some context so you understand what you're getting into. I also explained that you must get as strong as possible without triggering a third one. It's a race, Priam. There is no easy way to get through it. If your way is right, then you will live. Until then, try to get as many attributes and titles as possible. Search for items and quests. Survive. Priam took the last tartlet from the buffet and looked at Maya. Their eyes met, and Maya turned pale as she realized his intentions. He opened his mouth. Wait. Don't do that, Priam, that tartlet didn't do anything to you. I was going to reveal something else to you. What? Asked Priam, delaying the execution of the tart. There is a hidden quest, Maya admitted. At the center of each dome stands a Viscount. He sleeps and gains power over time. He will become a count before the end of the meeting if he is not killed. He is far too powerful for the mercenaries, but you should get a new achievement and improve your title of nobility if you kill him. Also, if you become a Viscount, you will have access to a special trainer in this Colosseum, and you will be able to enjoy the ducal palace. It contains valuable equipment and a treasure. With all this, you have a greater chance. Priam looked out the bay window. He could see the city from his seat, and the palace towered over the dome. It was even more imposing than the Colosseum, and Priam felt his heart race. Instinctively, Priam knew that a monster was inside it. He would not have had a chance if this one had been an earl. But a Viscount was killable. Even the best Viscount couldn't be more powerful than the boss of the 30th wave. He smiled and handed the tartlet to Maya, who devoured it in 2 bites and then began to cough. Priam stood up as the captain was choking. His assistant patted her on the back, and her guards panicked. Priam filled a glass with water and brought it to Maya, who drank it in 1 gulp. A few seconds later, the woman sat down again. A mercenary captain defeated by a pastry. One last thing before you go and slaughter some poor beast. I bet on you because the revenants are a severe threat, and humanity will need your help. If you survive, you will become a monster. Tribulations are not just a curse, resisting them can be very beneficial. Survivors gain a title, and their bodies are tempered. If you survive a double tribulation, let's say the reward is always proportional to the risks. Priam had remained standing. Thanks for the info, Maya. I will keep my word for the revenants. After my tribulation, I will leave for Viracocha. If they are a threat to humanity, I will be a threat to them, he declared as he turned around. Maya wished him luck and walked him to the door. He's going to die. Maya looked back at her assistant. Priam had been gone for a few seconds, on his way to slaughter the Viscount of the Dome. Why do you say that? She asked. He's not an elite. There are people in this universe who have been trained since childhood. Who are waiting for the right moment to trigger their tribulation. Who gorge themselves on pills to increase their attributes to the maximum during 3 days. Who have gathered shields, barriers, and potions to help themselves. Those have a chance, the assistant agreed. There is a reason our officers forbid us to trigger a tribulation for the time being. And this man is going to do 2 at the same time? This is madness. This is the way of the princes of empires or the children of gods. Maya looked at the ducal palace. In the golden light of the dome, it shone brightly. But it was nothing compared to the light she had seen in Priam's eyes when he had announced that he would survive. The captain would have bet that in a few hours, the palace lights would be drowned in mist. A smile stretched her lips. The Royal Road. It may be the only way to save humanity. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 86. Constitution 103. Agility 116. Vitality 164. Perception 176. Mental. Vivacity 132. Dexterity 107. Memory 33. Willpower 69. Charisma 84. Meta. Meta affinity 80. Meta focus 56. Meta endurance 4. Meta chance 40. Potential 202. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, OFF. Reloaded in 2 hours, 19 minutes, and 49 seconds. Tribulation, a tribulation is coming. Time, 54 hours, 49 minutes, 43 seconds. TJ was waiting for him outside the Colosseum. Priam moved closer and told the boy to follow him. He had only 54 hours left to prepare for his tribulations. The orphan boy trotted along beside him to keep up with him. They began to talk as they made their way to the ducal palace. Hey TJ. You got any info I need? Asked Priam. Of course, sir. I found several things that might interest you. The factions keep pouring into this dome. There are so many powerful people gathered here that the others are forced to come as well. Otherwise, they would miss the party. Which brings me to some good news, the orphan continued. Priam nodded and told him to continue. First, the Phoenix clan is selling a Phoenix tier for Baron cores or other rare items, TJ revealed. It is diluted thousands of times, but can instantly regenerate a tier 0's body. I identified the tear, they keep it in a room in their fortified hotel, but it can be admired in exchange for a core. TJ looked at Priam with kitten eyes. The auction is already exploding and will last until tomorrow night. Wait, go back a second. Admired for a core? Yes, the Phoenix clan charges people to admire it, TJ confirmed. Priam shook his head and pondered a second. He needed this item. If it synergizes with Pseudo-Phoenix, or Axolotl or Hydra? How can they bring such a valuable object to this reunion? Asked Priam, suspicious. He would have thought it a trap if TJ hadn't seen the tier. But if everyone could identify it, then it might be true. They may have paid a substantial price to the system. This would explain why they are showing the tier. The system could have allowed them to take the tier to tempt thieves and create conflict. Second option, they have earned it. The system normally limits this kind of item unless the wearer has earned it, TJ explained, looking at Priam's spear. Priam tightened his grip on his spear. He felt more connected with his weapon and looked forward to training with it. But he knew the weapon was too valuable for the reunion. He had been allowed to take it because he had earned it himself. Under these conditions, there must be other rare objects. Where is this hotel? How much does the tier cost? He asked. In the upper part of the city, near the Ducal Palace. Currently, the best offer is 32 alien Baron cores. That's about 6 or 7 local cores. Priam sighed. He didn't have the money. At times like this, he realized the difference between himself and these factions. He was far more powerful and far less wealthy. I heard something else, too, the orphan whispered. The Thieves' Guild has been hired to steal the tier. They'll probably do it tonight. But the Phoenix clan is bound to know about it. Priam became thoughtful. If the best thieves in the world tried to take this tier tonight, he would have to change his plans. The tier will be very useful to me in the tribulation. This clan, do you know more about them? He asked, looking at TJ. The true Phoenix clan is a super faction as powerful as the mercenaries, made up of phoenixes. The humans here have sold their souls to a secondary clan family. The family is still powerful because Phoenix blood runs in their veins, but the main clan won't help them, TJ clarified as he avoided two lovers kissing in the middle of the alley. All in all, it's an important faction, but nothing more. The Thieves' Guild wouldn't have accepted the contract if they were from the main family. The tier is an amazing item for us, but the phoenixes of the main clan should brush their teeth with more precious water, TJ growled. Priam nodded. He didn't have the money, but he needed the tier. Besides, he would regain his immortality in about 2 hours and wanted to make the most of that time. Priam had no desire to face the Viscount of the Dome without being immortal. Show me their hotel. I'll borrow the tier, Priam announced. I'm not sure they'll agree, sir, TJ stammered. The Baron's lips stretched into a smile. The important thing is that I agree. Priam and TJ were standing on the roof of a beautiful, empty hotel. The hotel was not locked and anyone could go inside, but the sheer size of the building had deterred the factions from taking it over. No one could afford to occupy and guard a hotel with over 20 entrances, 10 floors, hundreds of balconies, and thousands of windows. So the two partners were sipping a soda which TJ had managed to find in one of the hotel's fridges, while observing the Phoenix Hotel, located less than 600 meters away. This was the hotel's actual name, and the eponymous clan had surely chosen it for this reason. The night was just over an hour away. It wasn't a real night because the dome was permanently lit by the sun, but it was when most people closed their stores or workshops and went home. Even superhumans didn't want to spend several days in a row working. Those who didn't need as much sleep preferred to go home to socialize and rest. The clan hotel would close in an hour, but Priam did not want TJ to stay there. If someone spotted the orphan, they could link him to Priam and thus to the upcoming robbery. However, TJ still had some surprises for Priam. Except for the tier, what else have you discovered? Asked Priam as he tossed him a Baron's core. The information about the tier was extremely useful, and Priam wanted to make sure TJ knew it was in his interest to share this kind of secret with him. TJ's eyes widened as he identified the core Priam had given him. It was the core he had gotten from Maya, and he wanted to get rid of it. He had relative trust in the mercenary, but she might have altered the core to find out his location. A little paranoia never killed anyone. Not enough paranoia did. 1,000 thanks, sir, TJ exclaimed, finally pocketing the core. The orphan remained silent for a few seconds before continuing. I have another piece of information that I was able to verify. Priam beckoned him to continue. There is a passage in the sewers, probably to get out of the dome, but no one is sure. It is not guarded by 2 barons, but by a single viscount. It seems quite weak, but it is still a tier 1 monster. If it doesn't guard a passage, it guards a treasure. I'll draw you a quick map, he said, pulling out a notebook and pen. I've heard rumors, too, TJ continued. Everything might not be true, but it could interest you. First, the library is said to have Lance 1. Half an hour later, Priam got up. TJ had been gone for 15 minutes. If half the information he had heard was correct, he had a good chance of resisting the tribulations without using his trump card. His achievement and proximity to the Revenants had drawn humanity's most powerful factions to his dome. Of course, the factions had brought some treasure with them. Priam was exceptional in some aspects, but did not want to be arrogant. He knew that there were smarter and luckier humans out there. Some had won treasures and had not yet consumed them for one reason or another. Men talked, and some had boasted so much that rumors were born. TJ had sorted through most of these rumors and given the location of half a dozen items Priam was interested in. While he had no desire to use his strength to kill or torture people, Priam had no problem stealing treasure. His eyes glistened as he thought of the possibilities. First the tier, then the Viscount. We'll see about the rest later. Priam stretched before looking at his target. His goal was to reach the Phoenix Hotel through the roofs, then find a way into the tier room. He would then ride the mist to get in and out quickly. The plan wasn't perfect, but he didn't want to rush in and risk killing innocent people or being recognized. Becoming the enemy of some factions would be inevitable, but he didn't have to create enemies if he could avoid it. He would be isolated if an alliance of factions came together against him. The members of these factions could spoil his public image, which didn't sit well with Priam. Being appreciated by the people could only be beneficial. Worse than that, his family could suffer. He didn't want to be responsible for his parents being arrested because he stole a few trinkets. Having finished stretching, Priam took a deep breath and focused on his skills. He began to run across the roof of the building that had taken him in. In 3 strides, he reached the roof's edge and jumped to the next. The leap would have been worthy of the applause of a professional parkour team. Unfortunately, no one thought to look at Priam. The young man wasn't worried about his lack of an audience. He was running on the roofs like his childhood heroes, and the feeling of freedom was so exhilarating that he wanted to laugh. LVL up, Art of Movement, LVL 11. AGI +1. Perk +1. DXT +1. LVL up, Athletics, LVL 17. AGI +1. The roofs of the buildings in the dome were sometimes flat, creating a terrace with ledges. The houses under these roofs were reminiscent of Moroccan and Iberian riads. The architecture of the buildings in this part of the dome borrowed from Maghrebian and futuristic inspirations. The final style pleased Priam. The dome itself, far from anything on Earth, reminded him that the only rules that existed were those he set for himself. This discovery strengthened his self-confidence. Kinetic control. Priam accelerated further. The dome was huge, somewhere between the size of Manhattan and Paris. But travel times are short when moving across the rooftops faster than a galloping horse. He arrived in about 15 seconds at the hotel adjacent to his target. An avenue separated him from the Phoenix Hotel. He had to get down or jump farther than he had ever done before. Eyes crinkled in a smile, Priam sped up again. His joints cracked from the force. A light mist remained in his wake. Like a cat, he prepared himself. His kinetic charges were ready. The target was 50 meters from his roof. A shadow shot up from the roof. In the eternal dawn light of the dome, the shadow of light looked like a shooting star. If a passerby had looked up to the sky, he could have seen the champion of humanity split the sky. The first leap covered half the distance. 2 kinetic charges later, the man landed softly on a wing of a phoenix statue. Maybe a long enough jump gives a title? Priam smiled as he looked briefly at the ducal palace not far away. If that were the case, he would receive the title before the day was out. LVL up, Kinetic Control, LVL 15. Diva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, Focus, +4. LVL up, Art of Movement, LVL 12. AGI +1. Perk +1. DXT +1. He had been careful to cushion his landing in a controlled manner. He had first absorbed his own energy, then managed to steal the kinetic energy imparted to the statue during the energy transfer. Finding new ways to use his skill seemed an excellent way to increase his levels. Priam quickly looked at his status. Status: Physical. Strength 86. Constitution 103. Agility 119. Vitality 164. Perception 179. His perception was approaching 180 points, and he still had more than 2 days before his tribulation. He began to look at his various skills and swallowed. To increase his chances of survival, he would have to steal several rare resources TJ had told him about. To steal these resources, he would have to use his skills. Improving his skills would most likely increase his perception to over 200. Even if he refused to use his perception skills, his vitality would likely exceed 200. Indeed, he planned to die at least once with his tribulation, if only to face it at his best. He was going to fight the boss of the dome in less than 2 hours, and he didn't think he would get away unscathed. The new synergy between his merits, titles, and talents would significantly increase his vitality if he died. I'm screwed either way. Priam huffed. 2 or 3 tribulations, did it really matter? If his trump card worked, then he had a chance. If not. Priam looked up at the sun. He would fight. He would defeat his tribulations and earn a legendary achievement. His name would resound in the memory of warriors as the champion. Undefeated and immortal. If he wanted to become the 8th concept, it was impossible to stay on safe paths. Priam persuaded himself to believe in him. He would have to take all the risks. He had looked death in the face. He had survived. He would continue to survive. If he failed, he would be a colossal idiot. A colossal dead idiot. If he survived, he would be the hope of humanity. A 3rd tribulation? Bring it on, he said with a smile. He who evaded death knew how to smile at it too. Priam focused on his mist. The tear wasn't going to steal itself. His perception told him that hundreds of people were currently occupying the hotel. He would not be able to enter the hotel without being seen and had not yet been able to learn Mask Epic. Learning this skill promised to be laborious, and Priam wanted to have an extra life before. What bothered Priam was that even a child could identify him if he stole the tear. If he didn't want to become public enemy number 1, all he had to do was use his mist. It was recognizable, of course, but all the barons of humanity were supposed to be able to use it. No one could accuse him without proof. Besides, the champion of humanity shall eliminate the Viscount of the Dome and the menace of Viracocha. Stealing a few trinkets would be beneath me, Priam laughed softly. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 86. Constitution 103. Agility 119. Vitality 164. Perception 178. Mental. Vivacity 134. Dexterity 112. Memory 33. Willpower 69. Charisma 84. Meta. Meta affinity 80. Meta focus 60. Meta endurance 4. Meta chance 40. Potential 210. Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, OFF. Reloaded in 1 hour 2 minutes and 29 seconds. Tribulation, a tribulation is coming. Time, 53 hours, 32 minutes, 23 seconds.